What if the very fabric of existence hinged on a sibling rivalry? What if day and night were not mere cycles of time, but the battleground for an ancient grudge, an unholy war that threatened to consume everything? In the shadows of celestial bodies, chaos brews, and only the reckless dare to whisper the names of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, the deities whose love turned to hatred, whose light and darkness dance a deadly tango across the sky. Forget the comforting notion of balance. This is a tale of betrayal thick as blood, of power play sharper than a ninja's blade. Amaterasu, the sun goddess, radiates with a brilliance that could scorch the soul. Her laughter? A melody that shatters silence, igniting warmth and life across the lands. But her brother, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, lurks in the shadows, plotting, his silver light a cold, haunting whisper in the night. He's not just jealous, he's a storm waiting to erupt. What happens when the sun refuses to rise? When the moon hangs heavy, taunting the world with its eerie glow? They say the line between love and hate is razor thin, but in this twisted saga, that line is a chasm, and it's filled with treachery and darkness. The cosmos spins on the axis of their conflict, the unstoppable force of Amaterasu's brilliance clashing against the immovable object of Tsukuyomi's fury. The stakes? Only the fate of mankind, and perhaps the very universe itself. But wait, there's more. Beneath the surface of this myth lies a labyrinth of secrets. What ancient prophecy binds them? What curse ties them together like a noose? When Amaterasu turns her back, is it a strategic retreat or a descent into madness? And what of the mortals caught in this celestial crossfire? They dance to the music of the gods, unaware that their fates are dictated by a cosmic chess match, pawns in a game where victory means obliteration. Picture this, villages bathed in perpetual twilight, their inhabitants haunted by nightmares as Tsukuyomi exerts his influence, forcing them to question reality itself. The sun, once a herald of hope, now a fleeting memory. Heroes rise, and fools fall, all while the gods play with the lives of mortals like children with dolls. Blood spills, laughter echoes, an intoxicating blend of humor and horror that seeps into the bones. What's more amusing than watching pride lay waste to worlds? What's more terrifying than the casual cruelty of divine beings? In this electrifying tale, the clock ticks down. The sun sets and the moon rises, but the endgame approaches. Who will claim dominion over the skies? Will the sun burn bright enough to incinerate the shadows? Or will the night envelop the world, snuffing out all hope? One thing is certain, this is no ordinary myth. This is a blood-soaked saga where every secret uncovered leads to more enigmas. Prepare! You're about to plunge headlong into a tempest of cosmic chaos, where the night is alive, and the day is a fleeting dream. Will you emerge unscathed, or will the darkness consume you? 1. A deafening silence blankets the world as twilight descends, an eerie calm before the storm of emotions erupts like a volcano, threatening to consume everything in its path. 2. Tsukuyomi stands at the edge of a cliff, his heart pounding like thunder in his chest, watching the sun bleed into the horizon, the last whispers of Amaterasu's light slipping away. 3. Memories flood his mind like a relentless tide, laughter shared, promises made, and the pain of betrayal that lingers like a ghost in the shadows of his heart. 4. The spectre of his sister looms large, beautiful yet distant, her brilliance a stark contrast to the darkness he feels swelling within him, raw and uncontainable. 5. I remember, he mutters, the words heavy with regret, when we fought side by side against the world. 6. Each heartbeat echoes the intimacy they once shared, now tainted by conflict and a longing that gnaws at his insides, a wound that never quite closes. 7. Amaterasu, radiant and fierce, stands alone in her sunlit palace, feeling the weight of his absence like a shroud, each golden ray flickering with the warmth of their past. 8. She remembers joy, the laughter of shared moments, and the flicker of hope that ignited when they were together, now extinguished by the shadows of doubt. 9. I remember, she whispers to the wind, the words barely escaping her lips, when you believed in me. 10. The air crackles with tension as Tsukuyomi's anger simmers, brewing beneath a surface of calm, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. 11. The moon hangs in the sky, a silent witness to their turmoil, illuminating the darkness with a cold, unyielding glow that only deepens their anguish. 12. Each night unfolds in a tapestry of sorrow, a dance of shadows where the echoes of their shared laughter haunt him, teasing him with what once was. 13. He longs for reconciliation, yet the bitterness of betrayal clings to him like a second skin, suffocating, twisting, demanding vengeance for a perceived slight. 14. What have we become? He breathes, his voice cracking under the weight of his sorrow, each syllable a dagger buried deep within his bones. 15. Amaterasu, in her shimmering brilliance, feels the boundaries of her existence pressing down upon her, the weight of expectation strangling her spirit. 16. She fights against the tide of despair threatening to pull her under, determined to reclaim the light that flickers dimly in the corners of her soul. 17. I will not let this consume me, she vows, the flames of her spirit igniting with a fervor that blinds her to the darkness creeping ever closer. 18. As the night deepens, shadows grow long, whispering secrets to the wind, secrets that gnaw at Tsukuyomi's heart, urging him toward a confrontation that feels inevitable. 19. The ticking clock of fate echoes in his mind, a relentless reminder that time waits for no one, and every second spent in silence is a second wasted. 20. Each moment without you is like an eternity, he thinks, the desperation clawing at his throat, a bittersweet reminder of what they once had, and what they might lose forever. 21. Amaterasu gazes into the abyss of the night sky, searching for answers in the stars, each glimmer a tantalizing promise of hope that fades upon approach. 22. I remember, she murmurs, a fragile smile breaking through her sorrow, when we gazed at the cosmos together. 23. But the universe feels cruel, its vastness mocking her. How can she hope to mend what feels irreparably shattered? 24. Tsukuyomi's anger boils over, spilling into the night as he confronts the shadows of his doubts, daring them to speak the words he fears most. 25. What if I'm the monster? He screams into the night, the echo of his voice swallowed by darkness, reverberating back with chilling clarity. 26. Amaterasu flinches, the bite of his word sinking deep, and for a moment, doubt seeps into her heart, corroding the very fibers of her resolve. 27. The clock ticks louder now, time a merciless tyrant, reminding them both that choices must be made, bridges crossed, and lives forever altered. 28. Tsukuyomi runs a hand through his hair, feeling the chaos of his thoughts spiral out of control, like a storm threatening to consume him whole. 29. I can't keep pretending everything is fine, he admits, a raw honesty spilling from his lips, the vulnerability foreign yet liberating. 30. Amaterasu feels the tremor in the air, the shifting of tides, and in that moment, she understands, they are not merely siblings, they are stars bound together in a cosmic dance of fate. 31. Then let's not pretend, she calls out, her voice cutting through the darkness like a beacon, igniting something deep within him. 32. Tsukuyomi's gaze snaps to her, eyes wide with a mixture of hope and dread, as the barriers between them begin to crumble, like glass shattering under pressure. 33. Can we forge a new path? He asks, the question heavy with the weight of their shared history, each word trembling with possibility and fear. 34. She steps forward, the warmth of her spirit radiating outwards, illuminating the dark corners of his heart, and he feels something shift, something precious awaken. 35. Together, we can face it all, she declares, every syllable a promise, a vow forged in the fires of their past, resonating with the strength of their bond. 36. In that moment, time stills, the world fades, and all that exists is the fragile connection between them, raw, electric, alive. 37. I'm ready to fight, he breathes, the resolve crystallizing within him as shadows retreat, courage igniting like a wildfire in the wake of despair. 38. Amaterasu nods, her heart swelling with hope, and they stand united against the encroaching darkness, poised on the brink of a confrontation that will change everything. 39. Let the night come, she whispers, a fierce determination igniting in her soul, for it is only in darkness that we can truly find our light. 40. Together, they take a step forward, into the unknown, into the swirling tempest of emotions, bound by blood and a shared destiny that awaits them both. A frigid wind slashed through the temple grounds, howling like a banshee, rattling the wooden beams until they creaked in protest. I stood there, frozen in disbelief, as molten sunlight spilled through the cracks in the clouds, painting the fallen leaves in shades of gold and crimson, a fleeting beauty that ignored the darkness brewing just beyond the horizon. This was the moment when everything began to unravel. The fragile thread of fate snapped like a dry twig underfoot. Aiko, her eyes pools of despair, stared at the altar where offerings lay untouched. The scent of burnt incense hung heavy in the air, cloying and suffocating, while shadows danced around her like ghosts of unspoken promises. She clutched a withered flower, a remnant of her mother's last wish. The petals crumbled in her grasp, each one a bitter memory, a reminder of the warmth that once embraced her. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice quaking. "Not without her." I could feel her agony, the raw wound that throbbed within her chest, as if the entire world had conspired to strip her of hope. And then there was Hiro, his face a mask of defiance, lips pressed into a thin line as he glared at the heavens, at the blinding sun that felt so unyielding, so cruel. "You think she cares?" he spat, rage bubbling beneath the surface as if he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. "Amaterasu? The goddess who turns her back when we need her most." His fists clenched, knuckles white, the embodiment of a heartbreak that could no longer be contained. I watched him, a riot of emotion swirling within me, wanting to reach out, to soothe his spirit, but knowing he was too far gone, too enveloped in his own darkness. I remember the tales of Amaterasu, whispered on cold nights, a warmth in the midst of despair, but now those stories felt like ashes in our mouths. She was the sun, the eternal light, yet here we were, cloaked in shadows, our very existence threatened by the encroaching night. I remember how we'd laughed at the absurdity of it all, how we'd spun tales of her laughter echoing through the valleys, and now, silence reigned. Aiko's grief morphed into a haunting melody, each note a reminder of what was lost. I remember her smile, she murmured, voice trembling. I remember how she held my hand, how she made me feel safe. Her words cut through the air, each syllable thick with emotion, a pull towards an ungraspable past that was slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. I felt the icy tendrils of sorrow wrap around my heart, squeezing tighter, tighter, until it was hard to breathe. Hiro's scornful laugh sliced through the air, a bitter sound that echoed against the temple stone walls. "Safe? What a joke!" He turned, eyes ablaze with the fire of 1,000 suns, but his heart was a black abyss. "You think she cares about us? About our pain? She's hidden away, leaving us to rot in this hell." The wind howled again, and in that moment, the earth beneath us seemed to tremble, a distant rumble that hinted at something more sinister. The shadows shifted, the once vibrant hues of autumn fading into a grimmer palette, as if the very essence of life was being siphoned away. "Aiko, we have to make her listen," I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "We have to show her that we're still here." And then, the air crackled with tension, a surge of energy that charged the atmosphere. Aiko's eyes darkened, flickering with a newfound resolve, but the pain was still there, lurking beneath the surface. How? How do we reach a goddess who's forgotten us? Her voice wavered, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope battling against despair, a flickering flame yearning for breath. Hiro sneered, the bitterness in his voice a clanging cymbal, loud and jarring. "You think faith will save us? We're nothing but whispers in the wind, memories fading. Amaterasu's legacy is a ghost, just like her." But Aiko stood taller, the remnants of her flower clutched tightly in her palm, a symbol of resilience amidst the encroaching darkness. "No," she breathed, her voice fierce now, like the crack of thunder on a stormy night. "She may be distant, but we are her children. We are the light in the shadows, and if we call out, if we scream, she has to hear us." In that heartbeat, the world around us seemed to hold its breath, the sun hanging precariously in the sky, the shadows creeping ever closer, as if waiting for our decision. I felt the weight of their emotions, their struggles, their pain, and I wondered if I could rise above it all. Could I be the voice that pierced through the silence, the bridge that connected our broken hearts to the divine? The tension coiled around us, thick and electric, each moment stretching into eternity. I stepped closer to Aiko, her fierce determination igniting something within me, a flicker of hope that sparked brighter against the encroaching despair. Together, I whispered, feeling the urgency in my veins. "We can reach her. Together, we can remind Amaterasu of her legacy." But deep within me, doubt festered. Would she hear us? Would our cries pierce through the tapestry of time, or would they be lost in the vast expanse of the cosmos, swallowed whole by the shadows that loomed ever closer? The wind howled again, a mournful wail that echoed our fears, yet beneath it, I caught a glimpse of something shimmering, a hint of warmth that whispered promises of light, even as the storm surged around us. As we stood together, hearts thundering in our chests, I remembered the stories of old, the legends that hinted at a time when faith could move mountains, when love could ignite the very stars themselves. "Let's call out." Aiko's voice rang like a bell, and the words ignited something primal within me. We raised our voices, trembling yet unwavering, calling for her, for Amaterasu, the light that felt so far away yet so achingly close. The shadows swirled around us, grasping, pulling, but I felt the warmth of their presence, the weight of their emotions intertwining with mine. And in that moment of raw vulnerability, with hearts open and souls laid bare, we became a tempest, a storm of hope against a sea of despair, a flicker of light daring to pierce the night. I remember the echoes of our cries, reverberating through the void, a haunting melody that would linger long after we fell silent. Would she hear us? Would she come? Or would we forever be left to fade into the shadows, mere whispers in the wind, remnants of a forgotten legacy? The moon hung low, a ghostly orb dripping silvery light across the jagged landscape, illuminating the shadows that crawled closer like timid children peeking from behind a door. I stood there, heart racing, a witness to the ethereal glow that bathed everything in an otherworldly aura. The air was thick with tension, thick enough to choke the words lodged in my throat. Tsukuyomi, the god of the moon, was here, swirling around me like a dark cloak, his presence both haunting and magnetic. And then there was her, Himiko, the priestess, her hands trembling as she clutched the sacred scroll, the words whispered into her ear like forbidden secrets. I could see the battle raging within her, eyes flickering like candle flames as she wrestled with the overwhelming weight of her duty. I remember, she breathed, almost a prayer, the first time I saw him. A memory ignited in her mind, a glimmer of joy that twisted like a knife in the heart. Tsukuyomi, for all his beauty, was a creature of contradictions, light and dark, love and hate, a lover with a heart of ice. His gaze swept across the landscape with a kind of intensity that could ignite passions or freeze hearts. He was the embodiment of the night, each star a fragment of his soul, shining brightly yet always out of reach. And Himiko, torn between her reverence for him and the fear that clawed at her insides, was caught in a web of shadows and light. I remember, she whispered again, each word a tremor, the stories the elders told. How you could manipulate time, twist dreams into nightmares. Her voice raised, caught in a crescendo of fear and longing. Why do I feel drawn to you, Tsukuyomi? Why do I crave what I should dread? He stood before her, a figure of obsidian grace and unyielding mystique, the moonlight weaving around him like a lover's embrace. You see me as I am, he murmured, his voice a silken caress laced with an undercurrent of sorrow. But how can you love a monster born of night? And there it was, the truth that hung between them, an impossible chasm filled with yearning and despair. Tsukuyomi was not just a deity, he was a reflection of their deepest fears. Each heartbeat echoed the unspoken question, could love bloom in the shadows, or was it destined to wither like the dying light at dusk? In the distance, a clock chimed, its metallic voice slicing through the air. Time, an ever-looming spectre that haunted Tsukuyomi, caught between moments, never truly living yet always watching. Life unfolded before him like pages in a book he could never read, a story where he was both the author and the ghost. I remember, he murmured, words laced with an ancient pain, when night devoured the day. My heart was a mere pulse in the darkness. Himiko's breath hitched, the weight of his words pressing against her chest. The city, once vibrant, now lay hushed, as if holding its breath, waiting for the verdict of the gods. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the thrum of existence that begged her to choose, to accept or to flee. Shadows danced around her, whispering secrets only she could hear, beckoning her to take a leap into the abyss of love and ruin. The confrontation loomed, a storm building just beneath the surface, palpable like static in the air. Fear gripped her heart, but with it came a fierce determination, igniting the embers of her spirit. I will not run, she declared, voice steady, defiance sparking in her gaze. I will face you, Tsukuyomi. I refused to let the shadows consume me. His eyes flickered with a darkness that could shatter worlds. And what if I am the shadow? He stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking until the world around them ceased to exist. What if my love brings only despair? Each word was a dagger, yet each glance stirred her soul. She could feel the gravity of his torment, the anguish of a being who had tasted the sweetness of love only to be consumed by its bitterness. In that moment, they became entwined, two souls dancing on the edge of oblivion, bound by the threads of fate and longing. I stood frozen, an intruder in this sacred encounter, yet unable to look away. The air crackled with an intensity that vibrated within my bones. It was a raw, visceral experience, the kind that held the promise of both ecstasy and ruin. They were lost in a world that stretched infinitely before them, both a galaxy of stars and a bottomless pit. And then, a figure appeared in the periphery, a diplomat named Koji, a man whose heart was as conflicted as the moon's phases. He watched, trapped between admiration for Himiko's courage and a visceral fear of what she was confronting. He knew the stories, he knew the risks. "Himiko," he implored, urgency lacing his voice, "you cannot trust him. He is the darkness." But darkness, too, has its stories, its beauty hidden in the silence. Tsukuyomi turned to Koji, the tension thick as fog. "What do you know of the night, mortal? Do you see beyond the veil?" Koji's resolve faltered, caught in the spiral of emotions that twisted and turned like the stars above. His brow furrowed as he struggled with the truth that lingered just out of reach, a truth that could unravel everything he believed. "I remember," he whispered, "the tales of the moon's wrath. What it can do to those who dare to love." Tsukuyomi's laughter resonated in the cold night air, a sound both beautiful and haunting, echoing off the walls of my heart. "Love is a dangerous game, isn't it?" A silence fell, thick as night, charged with a tension that made time itself feel like it had paused. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, the love, the fear, the choices that could shatter or save them. The moon loomed above, an eternal witness to their turmoil, casting shadows that whispered of fate, destiny, and the inescapable complexity of the heart. And as I stood there, breath held tight, I felt the strands of their stories weaving together, a tapestry of emotion that would not unravel. Time, like the ebb and flow of the tide, continued to move forward, dragging them along with it, but the choices they made would echo long after the sun rose to chase the shadows away. "Will you love me?" Tsukuyomi's voice cut through the air, resonating with an intensity that left no room for doubt. "Or will you let the darkness consume you?" Himiko's eyes flickered with the ethereal glow, caught in the pull of the night, the depths of the unknown beckoning her closer. The air around us hummed with possibility, a charged current that held the promise of heartbreak and hope, swirling dangerously, endlessly, toward an uncertain tomorrow. The sun hung low in the sky, a molten orb melting into the horizon, casting flickering shadows across the rice fields. It was a moment suspended in time, a breath held tightly in the chest of the world. I stood there, the earth beneath my feet vibrating with the pulse of impending chaos. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, a mix of anticipation and dread. Somewhere in the distance, the caw of a crow pierced the twilight, its cry a harbinger of what was to come. I remember the first time I felt the weight of day and night pressing against my soul. I was just a boy then, and the sky loomed like a great, dark canvas above me. But now, as the sun began its descent, I felt the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around me like a cold, unwanted embrace. And then there was Yuki, her dark hair a waterfall cascading down her back, eyes like obsidian pools reflecting her deepest fears. She stood at the edge of the village, frozen in place, grasping a tattered lantern that flickered with the last rays of daylight. Her breath came quick and shallow, mirroring the panic within her heart. She felt it, the creeping dread of dusk, the knowledge that night was more than just the absence of light. It was a hungry creature, waiting to swallow the world whole. "Yuki!" I shouted, my voice breaking through the thickening silence. "We don't have time. It's coming." I could see the hesitation in her eyes, a flicker of doubt that mirrored my own. She was afraid of the night, of what it brought with it. It was not just a change in the sky, it was the arrival of the ghosts, the whispers of the past clawing their way back into our lives. She turned to me then, eyes wide, lips trembling. What if this is it? What if we can't stop? My voice cracked like thunder, startling even the crows. We can't think like that. You know what's at stake. The urgency in my heart pulsed like a drum, a steady rhythm urging us forward, away from the encroaching darkness. But the shadows were relentless, curling around us like smoke, tendrils reaching for our very souls. I glimpsed my own reflection in her eyes, the fear mirrored back at me, and I felt myself unraveling. I was not just fighting for her or for the village, I was wrestling against my own demons, memories of lost friends, of laughter turned to screams, of nights when the darkness had claimed too much. I remembered how it felt to be swallowed whole by despair, and the thought sent a shiver down my spine. Next to Yuki, there stood Haruto, a warrior caught between his duty and his heart. His armor glinted in the dying light, a stark contrast to the creeping shadows. But even his bravado was faltering. I could see it in the way he clenched his fists, as if trying to hold onto the last threads of courage. We have to make a stand, he grunted, his voice thick with resolve. But even he knew the weight of the night would bear down hard, heavier than any foe he had faced in battle. Haruto, listen, Yuki began, but he cut her off, the fire in his belly igniting. No. We can't run from this. It's our curse to bear, our fight. His words were a battle hymn, rallying the remnants of hope. But I could see the tremor beneath his bravado, the flickering flame of doubt. He, too, was haunted by the specters of the night, faces of those who had fallen, shadows of friends lost to the void. And there it was, the moment suspended like a breath held too long. A tension that crackled in the air, electric, desperate. The sun's last rays kissed the edges of the world, and in that instant, everything felt possible. Day and night danced in a cosmic waltz, a balance that threatened to tip, to spiral into chaos. I could sense it, a haunting melody that played on the strings of our hearts, pulling us toward the inevitable confrontation. We stood together, three souls bound by fear and hope, on the precipice of light and dark. The horizon was a blooded scar, the twilight a reminder of the fragility of existence. But beneath that fear lay something deeper, a raw, gnawing insistence to fight, to protect what little we had left. I remember, I whispered, the words slipping through my lips like a ghostly sigh. I remember the stories the elders told of the moon and the sun, of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. How each fought for dominance, how they created the world we know. My voice faltered, thick with emotion. But at what cost? The chill deepened, and the shadows lengthened, stretching like claws toward us. I could feel their cold grip wrapping around my throat, a reminder that the night was a living thing, a beast with insatiable hunger. I grasped Yuki's hand, our fingers weaving together, intermingling hope and fear. Haruto stood beside us, a rock against the tide, his breath steadying as he felt our resolve. Tonight, we don't just fight for survival, he said, voice unwavering. We fight for our memories, for the laughter that echoes in the silence, for the light that flickers even in the darkest corners. In that moment, the sun dipped beneath the horizon, surrendering to the encroaching night. The stars blinked into existence, distant and cold, a tapestry of dreams woven against the void. And as the shadows closed in, I felt the weight of our fears coalescing into something fierce, something defiant. The darkness may come, it may sweep us away, but we would stand. We would endure. For we were bound by the invisible threads of fate, caught in a cosmic balance that had held us through centuries, through heartbreak, through despair. And as the first breath of night swept over us, we took a step forward, united against the inevitable. The cosmos watched, breathless, as day bowed to night, while we stood on the precipice, hearts racing, souls entwined, ready to face whatever horror awaited us in the shadows, knowing that the fight for light was just beginning. The moon hung low that night, a fragile shard of silver suspended in an obsidian sky, and the air crackled with raw tension. I stood at the lip of a forgotten village, a ghost town where shadows whispered secrets and the wind carried the scent of impending doom. The flicker of dying torches cast erratic patterns against crumbling stone, and I could feel it, the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, quickening, thrumming with anticipation. Somewhere in the depths of the night, the birth of Tsukuyomi was at hand, a moment that would bleed legends. I remember the fear etched into the faces of those who remained, a palpable aura of desperation thick enough to choke on. There was Akira, her hands trembling as she clutched a weathered talisman, something meant to protect but now seemed merely a relic of faith. Fear danced in her eyes, like flickering flames, promising warmth but burning only with intensity. She was a warrior, but tonight, she felt the weight of the cosmos upon her shoulders, as if the very stars conspired against her. Then there was Haruto, his heart a storm of conflicting desires. He stood at the edge of the village, eyes fixated on the horizon where darkness bled into the first hints of dawn. His breath was shallow, quick, each exhale a silent prayer, or perhaps a quiet surrender. He felt drawn to the moon, to the spectral glow that promised both freedom and chaos. Haruto was lost, searching for a purpose amid the chaos, battling against the tide of fate that sought to drown him. I felt his pain, raw and unfiltered, like the bitter taste of ash in my mouth. And then there was the silence, heavy and suffocating, as though the universe itself held its breath, anticipating the birth of a deity born from shadows and longing. I remember standing with them, the three of us bound by fear, love, and a shared destiny. The night wore on, thick with the promise of destruction, a tapestry woven from nightmares and hopes, each thread a reminder of the fragility of existence. Across the village, the echoes of mournful chants rose and fell like waves crashing against the moonlit shore. The elders, cloaked in the weight of untold stories, invoked the spirits of the night, their voices dipping into the abyss of time, calling forth a power that had long slumbered. Every word they uttered felt like a footfall in the dark, shaking the ground beneath our feet. I wanted to close my eyes, to block out the sound, but each syllable wrapped itself around my throat, tightening like a noose. Akira's voice broke through the fog of dread, fierce and unyielding. "We must confront it," she said, a warrior's resolve etched into every syllable, her gaze piercing through the night. "Tsukuyomi will not simply rise, it demands sacrifice." Her words hung in the air, heavy like the full moon above, and I could feel the weight of truth in them. But sacrifice? The very thought clawed at my insides, a twisted vine wrapping tighter and tighter. What would we have to give? Our fears, our dreams, our very souls? Haruto recoiled, the fear in his eyes morphing into something darker, a void threatening to swallow him whole. "No. We can't," he gasped, the panic spilling from his lips like ink, spilling into the silence. "We can't let it happen." But what did we truly know of letting go? I wanted to shake him, to shake myself, to wake from this nightmare that felt all too real. The moon loomed larger, a luminous deity watching us, judging us. I could almost hear its whispers, a promise wrapped in darkness, a reminder of the ghosts we carried within. Tension crackled like lightning, and in that moment, the ground beneath us rumbled, as if echoing our own inner turmoil. Shadows flickered, coiling around us, and the air grew thick with the scent of rain, of earth, of life quaking in fear. Legend spoke of Tsukuyomi, the deity of the moon, birthed from the chaos of night and the blood of the forsaken. It was a birth not of joy, but of inescapable sorrow. I felt the weight of history pressing down, every heartbeat a reminder of those who had come before us, their souls woven into the fabric of this moment. "Listen to me," Akira said, her voice softening, yet fierce, cutting through the shadows. "The darkness is not our enemy, it is a part of us. We must embrace it." Her words weighed heavy, bittersweet, igniting a spark within the depths of my soul. I wanted to believe her, to find strength in vulnerability, but the fear clawed at me, desperate to escape. We were three souls standing on the precipice of eternity, at the brink of something far greater than ourselves. The clock ticked mercilessly, each second an echo that reverberated through the silence, reminding us that time, like the moon, was both a guide and a thief. I could feel it, the pull of the cosmos, the weight of choices yet to come, and the darkness that beckoned with open arms. In that moment, as the night deepened, the world itself held its breath. The air shimmered with the promise of a reckoning. The legend spoke of Tsukuyomi being born under the veil of twilight, of the moon rising not just as a celestial body, but as a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and truest desires. I could almost see it, the moment when the shadows would spill forth, when the veil between worlds would thin. And so we stood, Akira, Haruto, and I, three flawed beings woven into a tapestry of destiny, caught in the throes of conflict that echoed through the ages. The essence of life itself pulsed around us, a chaotic symphony of fear and longing, whispering tales of gods and mortals alike. We were all that remained, yet we were everything, the embodiment of hope and despair, trembling at the edge of the unknown. As I looked up at the moon, a beacon of cold light amidst the suffocating darkness, I felt the weight of the night pressing down, a promise of both fear and freedom. The birth of Tsukuyomi was not just a legend, it was the culmination of our existence, the reckoning of our souls. And in that singular moment, I understood, we were the dreamers, the haunted, the ones who would shape the shadows into something magnificent, or be consumed by them. With every heartbeat, I felt the dawn creeping closer, the moment of truth approaching like a fast-approaching storm. The air crackled with electricity, and I just knew, that this night would change everything. There was no turning back. The moon would rise, and with it, the awakening of Tsukuyomi. And in that moment, the world held its breath, all eyes turned skyward. The air crackled with a tension so thick it choked the breath from my lungs. The moon hung heavy in a sky bruised with the remnants of twilight, casting a cold light over the world below, a world that was about to shatter. I stood at the edge of a cliff, the jagged rocks below whispering secrets of countless fallen souls, feeling the pull of the abyss. The stars flickered like the last gasps of a dying ember, they blinked in and out, witnessing the fracture that was about to unfold. Amaterasu! Tsukuyomi's voice pierced through the silence, sharp as a blade. It was a cry born of fury and sorrow, echoing against the stone walls of my heart. I turned, every fiber of my being screaming at me to avoid his gaze, to shield myself from the tempest that swirled within those obsidian eyes. But I was rooted to the spot, caught in the gravity of our shared history, woven with threads of love, jealousy, and betrayal. I remember when the sun and moon danced together, I whispered, barely audible, the memories haunting me like shadows that refused to vanish with the dawn. The sunlight warm against my skin, laughter bubbling between us like the clear waters of a mountain spring. Those moments felt like dreams now, fragile and fleeting, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Before the darkness. He stepped closer, the air between us thick with unspoken words, a chasm carved by eons of misunderstandings. You chose the light, Amaterasu, he accused, voice trembling with unspent rage. You basked in the adoration of mortals while I was left to dwell in their nightmares. The shadows twisted around him, entreating me to see his pain, to feel the cold bite of his solitude. Tsukuyomi, I pleaded, my voice cracking like fragile glass. You know it was never like that. You are my brother, my other half. I never meant to leave you. I reached out, fingers trembling, but he recoiled as if my touch burned him. I felt the fracture widen, a chasm that threatened to consume us both. Your light eclipsed my darkness, he spat, each word a dagger. You shine so brightly that you've forgotten what it means to be part of the night. The moonlight reflected in his eyes, a tempest of anguish and resentment swirling beneath the surface. I wanted to reach into that storm and pull him to safety, but he had twisted himself into an unyielding fortress, impenetrable and cold. I remembered the stories whispered by the elders, the tales of how our fates were intertwined, the sun and moon, like two celestial siblings bound by blood yet torn apart by destiny. The legends, once comforting, now felt like chains. There was a time when we ruled together, when every dawn hinted at the possibility of reconciliation, and every dusk promised a moment of stillness, before the silence turned to screams. Do you even see me? He demanded, his voice cracking under the weight of his emotion. Or am I just the shadow you refuse to acknowledge? I could feel his pain wrap around me like a shroud, pressing down, suffocating. I see you. I cried, the desperation spilling from my heart. But do you see me? Do you understand the burden I carry? To be the light that blinds and the warmth that burns? I don't shine for them, I shine for you. He flinched at my words, the moon casting an ethereal glow around him, illuminating the cracks in his facade. He was a tempest, a storm of sorrow and rage, and I was the calm that dared to stand against him. You don't get to say you shine for me when you've turned your back, he hissed, the vulnerability beneath his anger raw and palpable. Moments ticked by, stretching into infinity. I could feel time wrap around us, a heavy blanket of tension. My mind raced, searching for the right words, the key to unlock the prison we had built around ourselves. I remember, I started, fear gnawing at my insides. I remember the times we played under the stars, the laughter that echoed through the universe, the bond that felt unbreakable. His expression softened, just for a moment, and I seized it. But somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves. I chose the day, and you clung to the night. But Tsukuyomi, please, let's not be consumed by our choices. Let's not lose each other. The silence grew heavier, pregnant with possibility. The stars blinked above us, as if urging him to reconsider, to reach out from the shadows and step into the light. I held my breath, suspended in this moment, a heartbeat echoing against the backdrop of the cosmos. But then, like a ghost rising from the depths, his rage resurfaced, fierce and unyielding. You want to save me? From what? From my own nature. The moon's glow dimmed, shadows creeping in to wrap around him like chains, dragging him back to the depths of despair. This is who I am, Amaterasu. The darkness is my home, and in the night, I am free. My heart shattered at his words, the weight of inevitability crashing over me. And what about me? I demanded, tears stinging my eyes. Am I to be forever alone in the brilliance of the sun? Do you not see how your shadows threaten to swallow me whole? In that charged space between us, I felt the world teetering on the brink. His eyes burned with a fire that mirrored the sun, the moon's cold light clashing against it, a celestial war of light and dark, brother against sister. I was terrified, exhilarated, standing on the precipice of something vast and uncontainable. Choose, he finally whispered, voice trembling, as if the ache of our history had clawed its way to the surface. Choose between your radiant light and the abyss I offer, for I can no longer be the shadow on your landscape. The winds howled around us, carrying the weight of our choices, the echo of every unspoken word hanging heavy in the air. I could feel the gravitational pull of his darkness, the promise of understanding that awaited me in the depths. But at what cost? The tension held, electric and unyielding, as I faced the abyss and the light. Every heartbeat shattered the silence, a countdown to a moment of reckoning. I stood there, trembling, caught in a storm of emotions, love, fear, longing. The stars blinked down at me, ancient witnesses to our celestial plight, and the moon watched with a cold, haunting beauty, a reminder of the delicate balance between light and dark. The confrontation loomed, a breaking point that neither of us could ignore. Something had to give. But as I stood at the edge of that precipice, the chasm between us widening, I realized this was only the beginning, a cycle unbroken, a dance of shadows and light, forever entwined. A howl pierced the suffocating silence, a raw, anguished cry that slashed through the thick darkness, as if the very fabric of existence had torn apart. It echoed through the valleys, rattling the bones of the earth, unsettling the shadows that danced between the trees. Luna stood there, breathless, her chest rising and falling like the tide, each heartbeat a hammer against the iron of her resolve. The moon, her namesake, hung low, a pale ghost in the obsidian sky, watching, waiting, judging. I can't do this, she whispered, her voice a trembling thread in the heavy air. She stared into the abyss, where nothingness swallowed sound and light, a void that threatened to consume her very soul. And yet, she had to. She was born of starlight and shadows, the daughter of forgotten dreams. Behind her, Asta, her brother, stood rooted, a tempest of rage and despair surging through his veins. He was a warrior forged in the fires of loss, scarred but unyielding. You must, he urged, his voice gravelly, like stones grinding against each other. They're counting on us. The world needs a sun, Luna. We can't leave it in darkness. But what did he know of darkness? What did Asta understand of the fear that coiled around her heart, squeezing tighter with every word? She could feel it now, a serpent that slithered through her veins, whispering doubts that echoed louder than the howls of the wind. What if I fail? She croaked, the question hanging in the air, an insidious spectre. Failure is not an option, he said, eyes fierce, the fire of desperation igniting his words. We are the last of the ancients. If we don't forge the light, the shadows will consume everything. A chill coursed through her, icy fingers clawing at her spine. The shadows were already rising, stretching their dark tendrils toward the world, eager to devour hope, to extinguish life. She could feel their hunger. But what if the light burns too bright? Then we make it dimmer, Asta snapped, impatience flashing in his stormy eyes. But we have to try. If we don't summon the sun, this nightmare will never end. With each heartbeat, the tension spiraled tighter, a noose of expectation constricting around them. Luna closed her eyes, picturing the sun, warm and golden, a beacon in the unrelenting dark. She could almost feel it, the heat against her skin, the embrace of its rays, but how could they create something so powerful? The sun was a god, a force of nature, and they were mere mortals, clinging to the threads of their fractured lineage. Remember the stories, Asta said, his voice a whisper now, as if he feared the shadows could hear. The ancients spoke of it, how the first light was born from chaos and sorrow. It's within us, Luna. You have that power. Her heart clenched at the memory of their father, eyes shining with an intensity that could ignite the heavens. He had woven tales of creation, of the sun bursting forth from the womb of night, a child of desperation and longing. But they didn't tell us how to. Their silence is part of the magic, he interrupted, urgency lacing his words. We must carve our own path, even if it's laced with pain. Light can only rise from the ashes of despair. And in that moment, something shifted. The weight of their ancestral legacy bore down upon her like a heavy shroud. She remembered the stories, yes, but also the laughter, the warmth of family, the flicker of hope against the backdrop of despair. It all rushed back, the night spent under the stars, whispers of forgotten dreams, the promise of dawn after the longest night. I remember, Luna breathed, her eyes fluttering open, the darkness around her swirling with the colors of the cosmos. I remember the way the stars sang, the way they guided us. Asta stepped closer, eyes wide, reflecting the glimmers of her burgeoning resolve. Then let the memory guide you. Let it blaze through the dark. The wind howled again, but this time it felt different, a call to arms, a rallying cry. Luna felt the pulse of the universe deep within her, a rhythm that thrummed alongside her heart. She inhaled deeply, the air electric, charged with the echoes of ancients long gone. Together, she said, the word a spark igniting the fuse of their shared destiny. Together, we will bring forth the light. With a shuddering breath, she reached for Asta, their fingers intertwining, a bond stronger than blood, a promise forged in the flames of desperation. They stood on the precipice of creation, the endless sky above brimming with the weight of possibility, and the shadows below shifting restlessly, hungry for the light. I'm scared, she admitted, the truth spilling from her lips like a broken spell. What if it consumes us? Then we burn, Asta said fiercely, as if daring the universe to challenge them. But at least we will burn brightly. As they closed their eyes, hearts hammering with the ferocity of 1,000 suns, a flicker ignited within them, a pulse of energy that surged like wildfire through the darkness. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the air thick with the scent of impending change, a cosmic dance of creation set in motion. And in that moment, the shadows recoiled, tremors of fear coursing through the night. They could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing in, the balance of light and dark shifting, tilting toward the dawn. Luna's breath quickened, a song of defiance against the night, and she felt the warmth of Asta's presence anchoring her to the earth, even as they reached for the stars. In the depths of the night, they would summon the sun, and in doing so, they would awaken the moon, a dance of fire and shadow, a promise that the dawn would break, and with it, the world would never be the same. The tension hung thick, a taut string ready to snap as they braced themselves for the moment that would change everything. With their souls intertwined, they took the final step into the unknown, where the sun and moon awaited their birth, echoing the heartbeat of existence itself. And as they plunged into that churning chaos, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of creation. The clock ticked, each second a small hammer against the walls of the dimly lit room. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, curling and twisting like lost souls searching for salvation. I could hear my heart pounding against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat that echoed the chaos outside. Thunder crashed, a wicked laugh from the heavens, crackling through the air like the last breath of a dying star. Hail pelted the windows, sounding like the rattling of chains, as if the darkness itself was trying to break in. And yet, amidst the tempest, she stood. Ilara, drenched and wild-eyed, clutching the fraying edges of her cloak. Her fingers trembled, stained with the remnants of her past, both blood and tears, memories etched into the fabric. Every fiber of her being screamed a silent prayer as she stared out into the night, waiting for the dawn that felt forever out of reach. I could see it in her eyes, the battle raging inside, a tempest of hope and despair. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the whisper of the wind through the cracked door. I remember the nights we spent under starlit skies, laughing at the endless possibilities, dreaming of futures bright with promise. But all those dreams were swallowed whole by the darkness that lurked just beyond our sight. "You can't let them in," I urged, but my words hung in the air like smoke, heavy, suffocating, more potent than the fear that gripped us. I could feel it creeping in, a coldness that snaked around my heart. To my right, Marcus paced the small room, his hands running through his hair, every step a frantic plea for clarity. He was a man of action, once bold and fearless, now shackled by the weight of our choices. I could almost hear the echoes of the soldier he used to be, the shouts, the clashing swords, the cries for glory. Now, in the dim light, he was just a ghost of that man, haunted and hollow. His eyes darted to Ilara, a flicker of something, a spark of love or perhaps guilt, before he turned away, unable to face the turmoil we'd all created. I remember the first time I met him. The air was thick with tension, and he wore his bravado like armor. "I'll protect you," he had said, his voice steady and sure. But we all knew that armor could crack, that even the bravest of hearts had their breaking points. The storm outside mirrored the storm within him, a churning sea of regrets. I could see it, a single tear escaping his vigilant facade, trickling down his cheek like a forgotten promise. "Shut the door," I said, urgency slipping into my voice, but the door was never truly closed. It was a metaphor, a barrier both physical and emotional. Even if we sealed ourselves in, the darkness would find a way. It always did. The wind howled louder, a beast at our threshold, a reminder that we could not escape. I could feel the shadows stretching, circling us like wolves poised to pounce. "We have to fight," Marcus said suddenly, fists clenched, his voice raw with desperation. "We can't let them take us without a battle." "But how do you fight shadows? How do you wage war against an enemy that seeps into your very being?" My heart raced as I thought of the faces out there, the ones we turned away from, the ones we left behind. Each name echoed in the silence, twisting like barbed wire around my conscience. "What if we're already too late?" I whispered, my own doubt clawing at me. "What if the light doesn't come?" And in that moment of silence, Ilara turned to me, and I saw her, the fierce spirit beneath the worry, the embers of hope fighting against the encroaching dark. "We hold on," she breathed, "because holding on is all we have left." The words hung between us, heavy yet somehow illuminating, igniting a flicker of defiance in my chest. Just then, a loud crash shattered the air, the door splintered as it burst open, darkness spilling in like a tide, an avalanche of despair threatening to consume us whole. The air was charged with electricity, the scent of rain mixing with the heaviness of fear, cloying like smoke in my lungs. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadow, eyes gleaming with a sinister light, a spectre born of nightmares. I felt my breath hitch, a visceral terror clawing up my throat. It was the embodiment of our worst fears made flesh, and in that moment, I understood, this was the eternal struggle. Daylight versus darkness, hope against despair, love fighting to remain in a world determined to snuff it out. "Stand together!" Marcus shouted, his voice breaking through the chaos, and I felt a rush of courage surge through me. Ilara grasped my hand, her warmth a lifeline, a reminder that we were still alive, still breathing. Time slowed, seconds stretching into an infinity of palpable fear and unwavering resolve. I could see the edges of the darkness creeping closer, whispering sweet promises of surrender, of giving in to the fear. But something flickered in the depths of my soul, a memory, an echo of laughter, the promise of dawn. "Fight!" I screamed, the word tearing from my lips as I charged into the abyss, the shadows closing in behind me, dragging at my heels. I felt the weight of the night pressing down, but the warmth of Ilara's hand was a tether, drawing me back to the light. And as the darkness closed in around us, I realized that the battle wasn't just outside, it was within. the struggle to believe that daylight could break through, that hope could rise from the ashes of despair. This was our war, our story, the eternal struggle between light and shadow, and it was far from over. Thunder cracked across the sky like a giant's fist slamming down on the world. I remember the air thick with anticipation, charged with something primal and electric, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath. The village lay scattered beneath the storm's fury, a patchwork of thatched roofs and trembling souls. Debris danced in chaos, whipped into a frenzy by the wind, and beneath the shadow of the swirling clouds, I could see them, 3 figures, woven into the fabric of fate. I often think about my brother Susanoo, how he stood there, fists clenched, eyes blazing with a wildfire that threatened to consume everything in its path. He was a tempest, a hurricane wrapped in flesh, unpredictable and fierce. I saw the anguish etched on his face, the battle between fury and desolation roiling beneath his surface. "They think they control me," he would say, voice low and steely, "but I am the storm." Oh, the irony of it, the storm that was meant to cleanse was the one that would bring ruin. Then there was Tsukuyomi, my elder sister, the silver moonlight caught in her hair, casting a haunting glow on the darkness surrounding us. She was grace itself, a quiet storm, calm on the surface but roiling with the depth of ancient sorrows. I watched her eyes, pools of reflection, each blink a tear unshed, and I felt my heart twist painfully. She was the tether between the chaos and the order, the soothing balm to Susanoo's reckless spirit. Yet, how fragile was that balm, how thin the line between harmony and destruction. And me? I was the shadow lurking behind them, the ghost of a spectator in our own family's tragic theater. I remember flinching at the shouts that echoed through the air, Susanoo's rage rising up like a beast from the underworld, a sound that twisted my insides. "You don't understand," he cried, the ground trembling beneath his feet. "They mock us. They'll never see what we are." But it was Tsukuyomi's gaze that cut deeper, her silence louder than any scream. Her eyes were a mirror reflecting our pain, every unspoken word a dagger driven into my heart. "Brother, please," she whispered, her voice breaking like glass, "we can't keep fighting. Not like this." The sky roiled above, and the air crackled with ghosts of memories, each flash of lightning, each rumble of thunder, spoke of a time when we were whole, when laughter echoed in the hallways of our home instead of screams. I remember the warmth of sunlight on our faces, the way our voices harmonized like a sweet melody. But now? Now, chaos was our only companion. I felt a pulse in the air, a reminder of all we had lost. The villagers fled, eyes wide with terror, but I stood frozen, caught in the whirlwind of emotion swirling around me. The fear of losing my brother tangled with the yearning for peace, and it left me breathless. I remember the moment I understood that Susanoo's rage was born from a deep, gnawing fear. A fear that he was not enough, that he would always be seen as nothing more than the storm. Then the shadows shifted. I could sense the darkness creeping in, a palpable presence that coiled around my heart. "You've made them your enemies," Tsukuyomi said, her tone a haunting echo of despair. "You've driven a wedge between us." His laughter, dark, hollow, rang out like a death knell. "Enemies? No. They're just too blind to see their doom." My breath caught in my throat, the weight of his words crashing down like a tidal wave. I felt the tension shatter between us, a fragile thread pulled taut until it snapped, scattering like ashes in the wind. And then there was the moment I feared would unravel everything. Susanoo looked at me, and I saw the tempest within, the swirling darkness that threatened to consume him whole. "You want me to be something I'm not," he shouted, voice reverberating through the storm, and for the first time, I saw panic flicker in his eyes like the dying light of a candle. "I want you to be you," I whispered, trembling as his gaze cut through me. "But you have to choose to fight with us, not against us." But as the words left my lips, the storm exploded. Lightning struck, the ground shivered, and in that split second, I felt the world tilt. A figure emerged from the shadows, a harbinger of doom. It was Orokai, the monstrous serpent, slithering with the intent to devour everything in its path. "Are you ready to face your fears?" it hissed, a voice like coarse silk, coiling around our hearts. In that moment, time froze, a tableau of dread. I could see Susanoo's eyes widen in disbelief, Tsukuyomi's face paling, and I felt the weight of their fears pressing down on me like a mountain. The confrontation was imminent, but the true battle lay not in the clash of steel, but within our souls, a struggle to rise above the chaos that threatened to tear us apart. And as the first strike echoed through the air, I realized that the darkness was not just outside, it thrived within us, feeding off our pain, our insecurities. I was caught in the storm, the eye of a hurricane where love and rage danced a macabre waltz, and I was powerless to stop it. As the rain began to fall, a haunting melody of droplets against soil, I knew this was only the beginning. The chaos swirled, and I felt the gravity of decisions that would echo through eternity. I could no longer tell where the storm ended and we began. Time slipped through my fingers like sand, and the world around us transformed into a battlefield of hearts. And so, in the heart of that tempest, we stood on the precipice, torn between love and destruction, bound by blood and fear. Would we face the darkness together, or would we let it tear us apart? The answers loomed like shadows in the night, and I could feel my heart racing, every beat a drum heralding the chaos to come. All I could do was brace myself for impact, knowing that the choices we made would ripple across the cosmos, defining our very existence. When the last sliver of sunlight vanished behind the jagged peaks, the world spiraled into a breathless silence. Shadows stretched like frozen memories, whispering secrets into the night. I stood at the mouth of Amano-Iwato, the cave of darkness, and felt the chill scrape against my skin, a reminder of Amaterasu's retreat. Inside, the air thickened like a storm cloud, charged with anticipation, and every heartbeat echoed like a drum demanding attention. I remember the way her light used to dance, a radiant pulse that filled the heavens, illuminating our lives. But now? Now, it was as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for something to break the spell of despair. My hand trembled as I reached for the cave's entrance, a maw gaping wide enough to swallow hope whole. I was not alone. Takamagahara's spirits gathered behind me, their faces carved from the stone of anguish. Among them, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, flickered in and out of focus like a distant star, his expression a mix of determination and resignation. His eyes, dark pools of sorrow, held the weight of 1,000 forgotten dreams. "I can't let her stay in there," I said, my voice barely a whisper, yet it curled around us like smoke, suffocating and sweet. "We can't afford to lose her." "Loss," Tsukuyomi echoed, his tone laced with irony, "is the price of our existence." His gaze pierced the darkness, and I could see he wrestled with his own demons, his twin sister, the embodiment of night, and the light that had once given him purpose. But I felt it first, the trembling of the earth beneath our feet, an unsteady reminder of our fragility. I remembered the tales of Amaterasu, how she had once spun the sun into being with threads of her laughter, and now? Now, that laughter was swallowed by shadows, leaving only a haunting echo. "Do you think she can hear us?" I asked, the words tumbling out before I could catch them. "It doesn't matter," Tsukuyomi said, his voice sharp as a knife. "She's chosen darkness. She forgets us." The unspoken weight of those words hung in the air, thick like fog. I could feel the tremors of despair weaving through the spirits. How could one so radiant slip into the abyss? I had watched the sun bounce across the horizon, never faltering, never yielding. Yet here we were, mere shadows clinging to the edge of oblivion, and Amaterasu, our guiding light, had turned her back on us. I stepped forward, the cave's entrance looming larger, the darkness inside pulsating like a wounded heart. I could almost hear her sobs, soft, muffled cries of a goddess torn apart by the betrayal of her own kin. My heart raced, each thump drumming a desperate rhythm urging me to dive deeper, to bring her back. "Wait," Tsukuyomi cautioned, his voice a tether I almost couldn't bear to acknowledge. "You have to understand, her pain is not ours to mend." But how could I stand by? The familiar ache of longing clawed at my insides, raw and restless. The world outside had dimmed, and I could see the stars flicker like dying candles, each one a reminder of what we lost. "Every moment she stays in there is a moment we all wither," I said, my voice rising, trembling with desperation. "I can't let that happen." The shadows shifted, wrapping around us like a shroud. I felt the pulse of the cosmos beneath my feet, a reminder of the vastness of our existence. This was not just about Amaterasu, it was about survival. the weight of that knowledge pressed down on me, urging me forward, into the depths of despair. With a deep breath, I took one step, then another, propelled by a force greater than fear, a flicker of hope. The darkness swallowed me whole, but it was familiar, a cocoon of sorrow that promised to reveal the truth. I could feel Amaterasu's sorrow wrapping around my heart like a vice, squeezing until I gasped, and it felt like I was drowning in her pain. "Please," I whispered into the void, my voice trembling. "Please don't let the darkness win." A flicker, a shimmer, a faint glow, like the first breath of dawn. I stumbled forward, heart racing, desperate to reach her. I knew she was in there, lost but fighting. I could feel it in my bones, the connection that bound us. And then, as if the universe itself conspired to keep us apart, a figure emerged from the shadows. A woman, wreathed in darkness yet undeniably radiant, her eyes pools of sorrow and light. Amaterasu stood before me, and for a moment, time froze. She was both the sun and the storm, the beauty and the chaos, a tempest contained within fragile skin. "Why?" Her voice cracked like thunder, and I felt the world tremble around us. "Why must you seek me?" The question sliced through me, raw and piercing. I wanted to scream, to tell her that we needed her, that the world had grown dim, but instead, I felt the weight of my own inadequacies. "I remember how you lit our lives," I replied, my throat constricting. "I remember your laughter, your light, it is all I have left." A flicker of something, hope, perhaps, passed across her face, and for a moment, the shadows receded. I stepped closer, heart pounding in my head like a war drum. "You don't have to do this alone." But she shook her head, a solitary tear carving a path down her cheek, glittering like stardust against the backdrop of despair. "You don't understand. I am the darkness now." "No." The word erupted from me, desperate and fierce. "You are the light. You are the sun that burns against the night." The cave trembled, the world outside holding its breath, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if she might break free from her self-imposed prison. But then the shadows surged, swallowing her whole, and I knew the battle was far from over. I reached for her, fingers brushing against the cool air where she had been. "We cannot lose you, for not now, not ever." As the darkness closed in, a flicker of light remained, tethered to hope and fear. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a storm brewing, and it was then that I realized I wasn't the only one fighting for her. Tsukuyomi stepped forward, a silhouette against the encroaching blackness, his voice a plea for unity. "Together, we can bring her back. We can remind her of the light she brings." His words hung in the air, heavy with possibility, but the cave rumbled ominously, a warning that echoed deep within me. The darkness was relentless, a ravenous beast seeking to consume every last glimmer of light. And so, we stood together, three hearts beating in desperation, the weight of the world pressing against us. I felt the shadows coil around my limbs, but within the dark, there was still a pulse, a flicker of hope that refused to be extinguished. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a battle for Amaterasu's spirit, but for our very souls. We were bound by the cosmos, woven together in a tapestry of light and shadow, and I was determined to fight, to reach, to claw through the depths of despair to bring her home. As we moved deeper into the darkness, every heartbeat echoed a promise: we would not relent, we would not yield. The shadows may have wrapped around us, but we were not alone. The light was still there, hiding just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to break free. And so, we pressed on, into the unknown, ready to confront the darkness that threatened to consume us all. A confrontation was inevitable, and with every step, I knew it would change everything. The moon hung low that night, an ominous eye watching over the trembling village below. It was as if the very sky held its breath, and in that suffocating silence, the world teetered on the brink of something unspeakable. I remember the chill that ran down my spine, a foreboding whisper that crawled through the air and settled deep in my bones. The kami were restless tonight. Kato stood at the edge of the forest, his heart pounding like a war drum against his ribs. He could feel the pull of the shadows, a darkness that beckoned him closer, that promised salvation or doom. The village had whispered of the kami, those ancient spirits who governed the day and night, the pulse of the world itself. But Kato had never believed in fairy tales until that moment, until he was confronted by something larger than life, something that clawed at the very essence of his being. His sister, Aiko, was gone. Just a flicker of laughter and light, now snuffed out like a candle in the wind. He remembered her smile, bright enough to scatter even the darkest clouds, but now those clouds loomed heavier than ever. The village elders had spoken of sacrifices, of appeasing the kami to restore balance. But what would he give? What could possibly be enough to bring Aiko back to him? The echoes of footsteps, his own, cut through the thick air as he stepped further into the woods, branches snapping like brittle bones beneath his weight. Memories of Aiko danced in his mind like phantoms, each one a reminder of what he had lost. He remembered their afternoon spent chasing fireflies, the way she twirled in her flowing dress, the laughter that rang like chimes in the breeze. But that laughter was gone, replaced by the haunting whispers of the night, the cry of the wind that carried her name. "Come back, Aiko," he murmured, his voice barely breaking the silence. "Please, just come back." In the distance, a flicker of light caught his eye. A bonfire blazed at the center of the village, the villagers gathered in a circle, their faces illuminated by the wavering flames. They were clad in white, the color of mourning, yet their eyes burned with a fervor that was both desperate and wild. They were calling upon the kami, invoking their names with a fervency that made the air crackle. But Kato felt the weight of dread settle deeper in his chest. He had seen their faces, lined with worry, the wrinkles etched by grief, and he could taste the bitter fear on his tongue. The kami had taken Aiko, and now they demanded something in return. What sacrifice lay in wait? Among the villagers stood Hana, her face pale and drawn, a reflection of the very moon that watched over them. She was Kato's childhood friend, and now she was a ghost of her former self, her spirit dimmed by the loss that permeated the village. She had once been vibrant, a flame that danced through life with an unyielding spirit, but grief had wrapped its icy fingers around her heart, and now she stood there, a breath away from shattering entirely. Kato's gaze met hers, an unspoken bond forged in sorrow. They had both lost something in the night, two souls adrift in an endless sea of darkness. He remembered her laughter, how it used to bounce off the walls of their youth like a melody that never faded. But now, it was silent, replaced by the gnawing absence of joy. "You should go," she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. "They might take you next." Her eyes flickered towards the fire, a desperate plea for him to heed the warning. "I can't leave you, Hana," he replied, urgency coating his words. "Not when there's still a chance to save her." But that chance felt like a lie. The kami were watching, judging, and Kato could feel their eyes bore into him, searching for weakness, for fear. The night whispered secrets, taunting him, weaving tales of sacrifice and despair. A gust of wind swirled through the trees, sending shivers down his spine. Shadows danced at the edges of his vision, flickering and fading like forgotten memories. "What do you want from me?" he screamed into the void, his voice raw with desperation. "I'll do anything." Silence enveloped him, thick and suffocating. But deep in the darkness, he felt a presence, a flicker of energy that crackled with otherworldly power. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, and Kato stood at the eye of the storm, his heart pounding with the weight of the impossible choice that lay ahead. He had spent his life running from the truth, from the responsibilities that tethered him to this world. But now, as the kami stirred, awakening the ancient forces that govern day and night, he understood that there was no escaping his fate. He had to face the darkness, confront the shadows that loomed both outside and within. Together, Aiko's voice echoed in his mind, a soft caress against his turmoil. Always together. As the villagers began to chant, the night pulsated with a rhythm that echoed through the trees, a heartbeat that mirrored Kato's own. The fire crackled, and in that moment, he felt a resolution form, a flicker of hope igniting against the encroaching darkness. They were all bound by the same fate, tethered by loss, and if they could unite their souls, perhaps they could sway the kami, tip the balance back into favor. But the price would be high. Kato could feel it in the marrow of his bones, in the way the shadows twisted around him, in the way time itself trembled at the edge of the night. It would demand sacrifice, a toll that would echo through the ages. Hana stepped closer, her breath a whisper against his ear, trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. "What are you willing to give up, Kato? What will it cost you?" A question that hung in the air like a noose, tightening around his throat. Would he sacrifice his dreams, his very essence, to reclaim the light that had been stolen from him? The darkness around him pulsed, a living entity, anxious for answers. "Anything," he breathed, a vow infused with raw emotion. "I will give anything to bring her back." And with that, he stepped into the firelight, ready to confront the kami, ready to face whatever fate awaited him in the shadows. The night was alive, a gripping tapestry of fear and longing, stretching endlessly before him. But as Kato stood there, heart in his throat, the echoes of Aiko and Hana lingered in the air, the weight of their pain fueling the flames of his resolve. He had no idea what awaited him, but one thing was certain, the kami were listening, and tonight, everything would change. The sun hung heavy in the sky, a burning ember casting shadows that danced over the parched earth. Each crack in the soil seemed to whisper a desperate prayer, but no one was listening. The village of Kurosawa lay in a suffocating silence, the air thick with the scent of fear as the crops wilted, golden stalks, once so proud, now crumbled like forgotten dreams. Beneath the harsh glare of the sun, I felt the weight of despair settle on my shoulders. I could almost hear my heart thumping, a relentless drum echoing the cries of my ancestors. I remember when the fields were lush, vibrant with life. I remember laughter echoing through the rows of rice, the promise of a bountiful harvest gleaming like gold. But now, with each passing hour, that promise felt more like a ghost, slipping through our fingers. The villagers gathered, their faces drawn tight with anxiety, I searching the sky for a sign, a flicker of hope, perhaps a glimpse of Amaterasu herself, the sun goddess who had once blessed us with her warmth. "Kaya!" A voice sliced through the stillness. It was Yuto, my childhood friend, his brow glistening with sweat. His hands were calloused from hard work, but his grip was tight, trembling with urgency. "We need to do something. If we don't appease her, we'll lose everything." I looked at him, desperation and determination clashing within me. "How? How do we reach a goddess who seems to have forsaken us?" Our village elder, a weathered man whose eyes held the weight of generations, stepped forward. "It is told that Amaterasu thrives on the purity of our intentions, on our respect for the earth. We must offer her a sacrifice, something worthy." His voice quivered, a haunting echo of tradition that clung to us like a shroud. The word sacrifice hung in the air, thick and pungent. I felt a chill run down my spine. The thought of losing something, or someone, filled me with dread. My mind spun, drifting between fear and a flicker of rebellion. "The last sacrifice was years ago," I whispered, hardly recognizing my own voice. "What could we possibly give that would be enough?" Yuto's eyes blazed with a fierce intensity that ignited a trembling hope in my chest. "We can't just give up. I would offer my own life if it meant saving the harvest." The words tumbled from his lips, raw and unyielding. I grabbed his arm, panic clawing at the edges of my resolve. "Don't say that. Your life is worth so much more than a harvest." But he pulled away, anguish etched into every line of his face. "What is life without the earth, Kaya? What is existence when you cannot feed those you love?" The sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of crimson, a blood-red omen. Shadows stretched across the fields, dark tendrils creeping closer, threatening to consume what little hope we had left. I thought of my mother, her face framed by the golden stalks, her laughter mingling with the wind. The memory twisted like a knife, cutting into my heart. If I lost her, I would be lost too. I felt myself drawn to the fields, the earth calling out to me, begging for salvation. As if responding to my thoughts, the ground trembled beneath my feet, an eerie, cosmic warning. My breath caught in my throat, and in that moment, I understood. "Yuto," I gasped, realization crashing over me like a wave. "What if we don't need to sacrifice a life? What if we could give her our gratitude instead? A true offering, our respect, our promise to nurture the land." He hesitated, his eyes darkening with doubt. "But will she hear us?" "Nothing more powerful than a heart that has suffered," I murmured, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath me, a rhythm that matched my own. We must show her that we are worthy. That we will fight for the land, for the cycles of life. As twilight enveloped the village, we gathered the villagers, hearts pounding with a shared fervor. Each face, lined with worry, etched with history, bore the weight of generations. Together, we knelt in the fields, closing our eyes, the scent of damp earth and dying grass igniting a deep longing within us. Amaterasu, I whispered. We offer you our commitment, our respect for the land. We will toil, we will mend our ways. We will give back what we have taken. Yuto's voice joined mine, a soft echo. Please, we beg you. Let us prove our worth. In that moment of unity, the air thickened, vibrating with something primal and electric. I opened my eyes, my heart racing. The sky crackled with energy, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling like giants awakened from slumber. The winds howled, carrying our pleas up into the cosmos. Is this enough? I wondered, fear gnawing at my insides. Would the goddess even hear us? Would she respond? The ground shook violently beneath us, and I fell to my knees, the earth trembling with the weight of our offering. I closed my eyes once more, surrendering to the moment, my heart a drumbeat, thumping with raw emotion. And then I felt it, a warmth enveloping us, a gentle caress that brushed against my skin. The storm hesitated, a heartbeat suspended in time. In that breath-stopping moment, under the embrace of the storm and the shadow of despair, it was clear. The connection between Amaterasu and agriculture was not merely one of necessity, it was an interwoven tapestry of life, a vital relationship forged in the depths of our souls, a bond stronger than the fiercest tempest. And as we knelt, hearts racing, the darkness began to lift, revealing a sliver of light breaking through the clouds. Hope was not lost, it was reborn, shimmering like dew on the first blades of grass, trembling on the precipice of a new dawn. I remember the sky cracking open like a raw wound, the moon pouring its silvery blood onto the earth. Tsukuyomi stood beneath it, his form a shadow swallowed by the luminescent glow. Panic clawed at his chest, his heart, a wild drum echoing through the chill of night, as he felt the weight of 1,000 souls pressing against him. The air was electric, charged with the promise of chaos. Kira was there too, her eyes wide, reflecting the spectral light, swirling with fear and yearning. Her hands trembled, fingers brushing against the blade she wielded, her last line of defense against the encroaching darkness. She had always been so afraid of her own power, so terrified of the monster within her, a monster Tsukuyomi knew all too well. The irony hung between them like a noose, taut and ready to strangle any hope for redemption. Do not give in to the shadows, he whispered, voice breaking as he reached out to her. But the words felt hollow, echoes of promises made in a time long forgotten. He was not the savior he wished to be. He was a conduit of the moon's rage, caught in the tumult of his own creation. And then there was Haru, his brother, the embodiment of everything Tsukuyomi could never be. Fearless, reckless, a phoenix ready to rise from the ashes of their shared past. But in this moment, he stood paralyzed, the weight of a decision pressing down as heavily as the moon's gravity pulling on the tides. Tsukuyomi could see it, the struggle, the conflict raging within Haru like a tempest. He wanted to scream at him to choose wisely, to remember the bonds they'd forged, the blood that tied them together. Lightning cracked across the sky, a flash of brilliance that illuminated the chaos brewing beneath the surface. Tsukuyomi's memory wandered back to moments of laughter shared under that very moon, childhood dreams, promises made with innocence. They were ghosts now, haunting him, reminding him of a time when the shadows did not threaten to consume them whole. Do you remember? Kira's voice was a fragile thread, barely holding her together. The stories we used to tell? About how the moon would guide us. Her grip tightened on the blade, knuckles whitening in desperation. Every heartbeat felt like a ticking clock, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. The night grew thick with tension, a suffocating blanket, wrapping them in despair and unresolved emotions. I remember, he breathed, each word thick with nostalgia. I remember the tales of warriors, of love, of loss. I remember the way the moonlight danced on the water, how we believed it was a path to the stars. But those stars felt so distant, like dreams that slipped through their fingers, leaving only the cold ache of reality in their wake. Tsukuyomi took a step closer to Kira, trying to bridge the chasm growing between them, trying to ignite her flame. "You have to fight, Kira. Not just for you, but for us. For everything we've lost." Tears glistened in her eyes, and for a moment, they mirrored the moon's brilliance. "And if I fail," she whispered, the weight of her fear crashing down around them. "Then we fight together. We face the darkness side by side." A shadow shifted behind them, a reminder of the encroaching threat. The tension called tighter, a viper ready to strike. Haru moved then, a sudden burst of motion as he placed himself between his brother and the growing darkness. "I won't let it take you. I won't let it take any of us." But the darkness was patient, cunning, and as Haru positioned himself, Tsukuyomi could feel its breath on his neck, a chilling reminder of what they were up against. A monstrous entity that thrived on fear, on doubt, on the fragility of their connected hearts. "I remember," he trailed off, breathless. "I remember the stories, Haru. But those were just tales, fantasies. This is real. The moon doesn't guide us anymore, it's a beacon of our suffering." And in that moment, the air shifted, an invisible blade slicing through their hopes. The shadows drew closer, whispering promises of despair. Tsukuyomi felt the weight of his own failures clawing at him, dragging him down. The weight of expectation, of being the one who should know. He was Tsukuyomi, but he was lost. Then, a sudden clarity washed over him, a moment where the moonlight broke through the thick cover of despair. "No more running," he declared, voice steady with newfound resolve. "No more hiding from our shadows. We face them." Kira nodded, her fear igniting into something fiercer, something raw and fierce. "Together," she said, her voice stronger now. Haru stepped forward, a smile breaking through the darkness, a flicker of hope. "For every lost dream, for every tear shed, we stand as one. Let them come." And the darkness roared back, a cacophony of fury and hatred, eager to swallow them whole. But as it surged, Tsukuyomi felt the moon rise higher, a celestial force rallying behind him, behind them. The shadows recoiled, sensing their unity, their determination. It was a reminder that even in the vastness of despair, hope could shine through like the flickering stars in a forgotten sky. "Fight," he shouted, and the word echoed, a battle cry that reverberated through the night, igniting the embers of their souls. With each breath, they prepared, knowing the confrontation was inevitable, the emotional climax looming like a tidal wave ready to crash over them. "Let's dance with our demons," Tsukuyomi declared, heart racing, as they took their places, ready to face the darkness together, three souls intertwined, each flawed and beautiful, ready to embrace whatever the night would bring. The moon watched, a silent witness to their struggle, its path through the sky illuminating their resolve. In the shadows, everything trembled, and so did their hearts, but together they would find the strength to confront the unending night. The night wrapped around us like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. The stars blinked down, cold and indifferent, while the air crackled with tension, a warning that something primal lurked just beyond our understanding. I stood there, on the edge of the cliff, my heart racing, every beat echoing the dread swelling in my chest. Beside me, Akiko's breath came out in shallow gasps, her eyes wide and haunted. "It's him," she whispered, her voice trembling like the waning light of dusk. The shadows shifted behind her, creeping forth as if they were alive. I could feel my pulse quickening, the night sky pressing down, urging me to flee. "Tsukuyomi," I murmured, the name spilling from my lips like a curse. "He's watching." Akiko turned to me, her face a canvas of fear and determination, a blend of emotions that twisted my insides. "We have to confront him, Sora. We can't let the myths dictate our fate." Her hand shook, fingers wrapping tightly around the pendant that hung at her neck, a relic from a time long past, a reminder that our lives intertwined with legends that threatened to consume us. I gazed at the stars, searching for constellations that bore witness to our plight. They felt like distant memories, flickering reminders of a world untouched by the darkness creeping into our own. "What if he wins?" I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. What if we're not strong enough? Akiko's gaze flickered to the horizon, where the sun had vanished, leaving a void that swallowed the last remnants of light. We were never meant to be strong, Sora. But we must be brave. Her defiance ignited something in me, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching shadow. But then, a chill ran through me, the kind that wrapped around your spine and whispered of doom. I thought of the stories, those ancient tales of Tsukuyomi, the god of the moon, who wielded the night as a weapon, casting spells that turned hearts cold and laughter brittle. They spoke of madness and longing, of dreams twisted into nightmares. We were but pawns in his game, echoes of souls lost in the vastness of a midnight sky. Suddenly, a howl pierced the silence, raw and primal. It tore through the air, resonating deep within. Akiko clutched my arm, nails digging into my skin, grounding me even as fear threatened to unravel my thoughts. "We have to move," she urged, her voice fierce, yet laced with an underlying tremor that betrayed her resolve. "He's coming." With every step, the ground felt unstable, as if the very earth trembled beneath the weight of our fears. I glanced back, the cliff looming behind us, a precipice that felt far more inviting than the darkness ahead. "What if we fail?" I breathed, the question fluttering like the leaves rustling in the night wind. "All we can do is try," Akiko replied, her eyes fierce. "But we must remember, the stars are our allies. They guide us, even in the darkest of times." As we moved deeper into the shadows, I caught sight of the moon, a sickly silver orb, casting a ghostly light on our path. It was beautiful yet haunting, reminding me of Tsukuyomi's cold embrace, a god who thrived on despair. I felt the weight of our impending confrontation pressing on my chest, a suffocating force. They say the night sky holds the dreams of the world, but what if those dreams were nothing but whispers of a forgotten past? Echoes of despair wrapped in the silken threads of time. "I remember," I whispered, the memory spiraling in my mind like falling leaves. "I remember the stories, the warnings." "Those stories are all we have," Akiko replied fiercely, her voice cutting through the fog of despair. "Without them, we are lost." And then, as if summoned by our words, the shadows shifted, coalescing into a form that defied reality. A figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, eyes glimmering like shards of ice. Tsukuyomi stood before us, a specter of menace, the embodiment of our fears. "You dare approach me?" His voice dripped like venom, a chilling reminder of the power he wielded. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, the pull of his presence wrapping around me like chains. "We can't let you win," Akiko declared, her courage sparking like a flame in the oppressive night. "We're here to reclaim our destiny." The air crackled with energy, the cosmos watching with bated breath as the confrontation unfolded. I felt a surge of uncertainty, the realization that our lives hung in a precarious balance, caught between dreams and nightmares. "Destiny is a lie," Tsukuyomi hissed, shadows swirling around him like a tempest. "You are but fleeting moments in the fabric of time." And yet, amidst despair, I felt Akiko's hand clasp mine, warmth blooming between us, a lifeline in the dark. "No," I shouted, my voice rising above the chaos. "We are more. We are the stories that refuse to die. We will not be shadows in your night." The words hung in the air like a challenge, a vow written in starlight. The winds howled, the night trembled, and for a moment, the cosmos shifted, aligning with our resolve. Would it be enough? Would we break free from the chains of myth that bound us, or would we remain lost in the abyss, echoes of a forgotten past? The confrontation was imminent, the lines drawn between light and darkness, hope and despair. In that moment, I felt the weight of the night sky pressing down, an oppressive force that threatened to crush our spirits. But within that darkness, there was a flicker of something more, a possibility, a dream yet to be realized. In the thick of the chaos, as shadows danced around us, I realized we were not alone. Not just in our fight, but in our shared history. The stars above whispered secrets, urging us on, reminding us that even in the darkest of nights, there was still light to be found. And as the confrontation reached its zenith, the echoes of our hearts beat as one, a symphony of defiance against an ancient darkness. The night sky, vast and infinite, lay before us, an uncharted expanse of possibilities waiting to be written. The moon hung low that night, a haunting pearl against the black velvet sky, its light spilling across the cobblestone streets like liquid silver. Laughter echoed, sharp and brittle, but beneath it lay an undercurrent of unease, a tension that clung to the air. Shadows danced wildly as torches flickered, their flames betraying the fear lurking behind the joyous masks of festival-goers. I remember the smell of smoke mixed with incense, thick like a promise unfulfilled, wrapping around me, tightening like a noose. Elena stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart a drumbeat of dread. She gripped the charm around her neck, a thin piece of moonstone, cold against her skin. "It's just a festival," she whispered to herself, but her reflection in the polished surface of a nearby vendor's cart told her otherwise. The wide eyes staring back were filled with a fear she couldn't shake, couldn't hide. Tsukuyomi, the god of the moon, was said to demand a price every year, a price that had grown heavier with every passing festival, as if the souls of the lost had become the coin. Across the square, beneath the shadow of an enormous cherry blossom, Takumi struggled to find his breath, the weight of tradition pressing down like a boulder. He was meant to lead the dance, to be the embodiment of joy and spirit, yet all he felt was the creeping chill of despair. The ghost of his sister lingered just behind his eyes, her laughter, now a memory, a reminder of the cost of these celebrations. Dance for her, he thought, but the agony twisted in his gut like a knife, leaving him hollow. I remember how the air crackled with a mix of anticipation and dread. While the performers twirled and leaped, their movements graceful yet frantic, their faces painted with smiles that didn't reach their eyes, I could feel the crowd swell and pulse like a living beast, hungry for joy yet fearful of loss. It was a spectacle, one that drew many to the square, but for those who knew the truth, the whispers, the offerings laid at the base of ancient trees, it was a grim dance on the edge of an abyss. As the evening deepened, the moon rose higher, a titan in the sky, casting a pale glow that seemed to saturate the world in an otherworldly hue. Elena watched as the sky began to shift, clouds swirling, dark and ominous, a storm brewing within the heart of the night. Tonight, she thought, tonight is different. Her fingers clenched tighter around the moonstone, a talisman against the darkness, though deep down she knew it could do nothing to shield her from what was to come. And then, the drums began, a thunderous beat that echoed like a heartbeat, urging the festival-goers into a frenzy, a primal dance to honor the moon. Takumi stepped forward, the weight of the moment crashing down on him. He could feel his sister's presence, a ghostly hand on his shoulder, urging him to move, to live, but every step felt like a betrayal. He wanted to scream, to drop to his knees and beg for forgiveness, yet he found himself swept up in the tide of bodies, the rhythm of the night consuming him whole. The laughter morphed, twisted, became something darker, a sound that clawed at the edges of sanity. Elena's breath quickened, she could sense the change, the way the shadows lengthened as if they were alive. What have we done, she thought, the weight of her ancestors pressing down, the echo of sacrifices made, of lives taken in the name of celebration. Her heart raced, she fought against the crowd, fighting not only against the swell of bodies but against the tide of tradition. Takumi, she shouted, her voice swallowed by the cacophony, but she pressed on, feeling the pull of fate tighten its grip. She remembered her mother's stories, tales of those who had come before, of the sacrifices demanded by Tsukuyomi, of the hunger that never ceased. She felt the stakes rising, the air thickening, crackling like static, a premonition of calamity. And then, as if summoned by her fears, the figure emerged, a spectre draped in shadows, face obscured, gliding through the festival like a dark breeze. The drum beats faltered. Laughter faded into a hushed murmur, replaced by the chilling sound of breath held in collective terror. Takumi froze, eyes wide, heart pounding in sync with the ancient rhythm of the drums. Memories of his sister, her laughter, the warmth of her embrace, flooded his mind in a torrent. What cost would this festival demand? How much longer could they dance without paying the price? Elena felt the weight of the moonstone heavy around her neck, a reminder of the fragility of life, of joy intertwined with sorrow. The figure moved closer, she could see the glint of something sharp in its hand. There, in that moment, everything slowed, time stretched thin like a taut string waiting to snap. She could almost hear the whispers of her ancestors urging her to choose, to confront the darkness head-on. Tonight we honor the moon! Takumi cried out, his voice breaking the silence, a desperate plea that rang like a bell in the night. Tonight we celebrate life. But beneath it all, he felt the truth lurking, clawing at the edges of his resolve. What if life wasn't the only thing to celebrate? What if tonight, they would lose it all? A chill swept through the crowd as the figure raised its hand, the sharpened blade glimmering under the moonlight, a promise of sacrifice, a pact with the abyss. And with that, the festival erupted into chaos, the revelers scattering like leaves caught in a storm. Elena surged forward, her heart pounding, each beat echoing the primal fear that lurked beneath their joy. "Takumi," she screamed, desperation threading through her voice. But he was already lost, caught in the swirling shadows of doubt and remembrance, the weight of his sister's absence a heavy shroud over his soul. And as the moon shone down, a silent watcher, a cruel deity smiling upon the chaos below, I felt the world shift, the very fabric of the night fraying at the edges, unraveling before my eyes. The festival of the moon spiraled into a nightmare, a stark reminder of the price one pays for revelry, for joy, for life itself. In that moment, the night became a canvas painted with fear and longing, the air thick with the unsaid, the undeniable pull of fate drawing each of us deeper into the heart of the darkness. We were trapped in a dance of shadows, caught in the delicate balance between celebration and sacrifice, between what is cherished and what is lost. The moon watched, eternal and unyielding, as the story of Tsukuyomi continued to unfold, a tale as old as time itself. The air hung heavy, thick with anticipation, as the sun slipped behind the jagged mountains, casting shadows across the valley. In that fleeting moment between light and dark, a child's laughter echoed, ringing sweet and pure, a haunting memory of warmth in a world poised on the brink of cold. I remember that day. I remember the feel of my heart, racing, pounding against the walls of my chest, as if it too sensed the encroaching night. Kaito stood at the edge of the village, his fingers curling around the worn hilt of his sword, breath fogging the air before him. "This is it," he whispered, though the weight of his words pulled at the corners of his mouth, twisting them into a grimace. He wasn't the hero he had imagined himself to be, he was just a boy clinging to the remnants of his childhood even as darkness loomed, threatening to swallow everything whole. I remember watching him, my heart aching for the boy I knew. He was flawed, afraid, yet still so full of hope. Hope that flickered like a candle, so easily extinguished by the chill of Amaterasu's retreating light. He had a sister, Aiko, whose laughter had danced through the fields, bright as the sunflowers she loved. But laughter had turned to silence, and Kaito's heart was a battlefield of guilt and anger. He believed he failed her, that if he had been quicker, stronger, if he had not let the shadows overcome them, she would still be by his side. And there I was, a ghost in my own memories, haunted by the past and the choices that led us here. The village square, once vibrant with colors, now stood muted under the oppressive weight of twilight. The shadows grew longer, creeping closer, and in that moment, I felt the very essence of despair seep into my bones. The trees whispered secrets, rustling their leaves in a mournful melody. "I should have protected her," Kaito muttered, the words escaping his lips like a prayer, a curse, a plea. The guilt was a living thing, clawing at his insides, and it echoed in the silence that enveloped us. I wanted to reach out, to take his hand, to tell him it wasn't his fault. But words faltered on the edge of my tongue, swallowed by the weight of the unspoken. Aiko had always been the light, the steady heartbeat in Kaito's chaotic world. "You'll be with me, right?" she'd asked, her eyes wide with innocence, a million stars reflecting in her gaze. "Always," he had promised, not knowing that promises could shatter like glass underfoot. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of petrichor, a bittersweet reminder of the rains that had washed our village, cleansing it of mundane worries. But now, the clouds roiled overhead, dark and heavy, and I could almost taste the storm brewing. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning of what was to come. "Tonight," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper, "the cycle will turn." Kaito's eyes, once filled with hope, now sparked with fear. What if she's gone forever? My heart echoed the sentiment, a palpable ache that resonated deep within. But what if she isn't? I tried to infuse a hint of strength into my wavering words. What if Amaterasu blesses us with her return? As we stood, locked in that moment of uncertainty, time felt like a breath held too long, a fragile pause before the storm. The shadows danced, and with them came the memories that twisted like barbed wire around my heart. I remember the night the darkness had come for Aiko, how the village had crumbled under the weight of despair. It was a dagger in Kato's heart, and I could see the jagged edges glistening in his eyes. Breathless, he turned to me, desperation clawing at his throat. "What if I can't save her?" "Then you fight," I said, determination anchoring my voice. "You fight until the last breath." The air crackled between us, charged with a tension so thick it felt like a physical presence. The ancient trees creaked, whispering tales of forgotten battles and lost souls. I could feel them watching us, the spirits of the past entwined with our present, urging us to remember. Kato stepped forward, a fire igniting in his heart, a flicker of the boy I once knew. "I will find her," he declared, his voice a fierce echo against the gathering storm. No matter the cost. And suddenly, the world shifted. The clouds opened up, and rain poured down like a torrent, drenching us in the rawness of life and death. I could feel the rhythm of the storm, pounding like a heartbeat, matching the cadence of our fears. I remember the cold, the electrifying charge in the air, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the climax of our story. In that moment, Kato became not just a brother but a warrior, flawed, yet unyielding, his resolve shining through the downpour. And I too felt the stirrings of courage, a flicker of something powerful deep within. We were bound by our shared grief, by the haunting absence of Aiko, and as the rain fell, washing away the remnants of our fears, I knew we were no longer just spectators in our own lives. The shadows shrank back, momentarily pushed aside by the sheer force of our resolve. The cycle of daylight was upon us, and we would rise with it. Together, we would chase the darkness. Together, we would confront the ghosts of our past. And as the storm raged on, I felt time slip through my fingers like grains of sand, slipping, but never gone. The fight was just beginning, and I could almost hear Aiko's laughter rising above the chaos, urging us forward, lighting our path. Always. Always. The air crackled, thick with an electricity that sent shivers coursing through my spine. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the torches, their flames casting ghostly figures against the cold stone walls of the ancient temple. I stood there, heart racing, watching the figures of my two companions latch onto their desperate hopes and fears. Lyra, ever the dreamer, clutched her pendant, a faint glimmer of silver reflecting her doubt. Beside her, Kato, his fists clenched, stared into the darkness, the weight of his past pulling him into a chasm of uncertainty. "Tsukuyomi will come for us," he muttered, half to himself, half to the swirling void around us. I felt the tension coiling tighter with every breath, the air so thick it was almost suffocating. I remembered the day when we had first pursued the legend of the moon god, Tsukuyomi, whose very essence was said to hold both light and shadow. How naive we had been, seduced by tales of power without understanding the cost. "Do you really believe that?" Lyra's voice trembled, anchoring in the reality of our situation. "What if he's just a myth? What if there is nothing waiting for us in the dark?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the ghost of her dreams collapsing like a house of cards. I wanted to comfort her, but the truth twisted in my gut like a knife. I knew too well that myths often bleed into reality, and the darkness we sought was already stirring. I remember the first time Kato spoke of Tsukuyomi. It was a night as balmy as regret, beneath a sky littered with stars, where the dreams of the past brushed against the hopes of the future. "He walks between worlds," Kato had said, eyes blazing with fervor. "A god of balance, of duality. Light and shadow, love and hate, creation and destruction." He wore those words like armor, but I saw the cracks, the fear lurking behind his bravado. He sought the god's favor, a desperate attempt to escape the shadows of his childhood, where abandonment whispered in every corner. As the shadows thickened, Kato's bravado disintegrated. "We must summon him," he said, voice strained, anger bubbling beneath layers of fear. "We must ask him to strip away our burdens." But I knew that such a wish was a double-edged sword. Light could illuminate the truth, but it could also blind. And shadows could conceal, but they could also consume. "Do you even understand what you're asking for?" I challenged, my heartbeat thrumming loudly, drowning out the distant echoes of the temple. "You want to bargain with a god whose essence is turmoil. Light and shadow, do you think it's as simple as a wish? There's a reason legends warned us. Suddenly, the ground trembled, a low rumble rising from the depths of the earth, as if the very stones were listening. Lyra stepped back, her breath hitching in her throat. Kato's gaze sharpened, a predator now, ready to pounce on the precipice of a dream gone wrong. "We must act now," he shouted, the panic transforming into an almost manic resolve. "Or we'll lose our chance." And I felt it. That cruel, spine-chilling sensation that tinged the air with madness, the same sensation that had haunted my nights, where shadows seeped into my dreams, morphing my fears into twisted realities. I had seen what the darkness could do. I had seen friends devoured by their own monsters, nightmares manifesting into flesh and blood. "Kato!" I yelled, stepping towards him, but the words caught in my throat, choked by the dread pooling in my chest. "Summon him. The moon rises soon." Kato's voice was a storm, a tempest of desperation. I hesitated, the weight of our choices heavy on my shoulders. I saw Lyra's trust in me wavering, decaying like the last remnants of hope. "Light and shadow, Kato!" I pressed, urgency clawing at my throat. They are not simply forces of nature, they are representations of our inner struggles. Call on Tsukuyomi, and he may expose our truths. He may not grant us desires, only reveal our darkest selves. And then it happened. The shadows around us thickened, swirling like eddies in a dark river. The temperature dropped, an icy hand gripping my heart. I remembered the stories, the myth of Tsukuyomi's dual nature, the stories of those who summoned him and became lost in their own reflections. Their desires turned against them, their shadows expanded until they consumed their light. "Lyra, don't!" I shouted as she stepped forward, her pendant lighting up in a burst of blinding brilliance. It illuminated the temple, casting long, dark shadows that danced like specters along the walls. I could see her resolve faltering, her dreams of hope crashing against the cold stone of reality. "You don't know what you're doing." But Kato was already lost in the yearning to escape his past, his voice rising with fervor as he began to chant the ancient incantation. I could see Lyra wavering, torn between the brightness of her dreams and the encroaching darkness of our actions. The air felt alive, electric with fear and temptation, a heavy blanket suffocating our choices. "Tsukuyomi!" Kato's voice rang out, echoing through the temple's hollow chambers. "Grant us your presence. We seek to understand our duality. Show us the way." In that instant, the moon broke through the veil of clouds, casting a silvery light into the temple. Time froze. I could feel it, the weight of our choices, the heart-stopping truth that this was not just a summoning but an awakening. The shadows shifted and twisted, forming grotesque figures that mirrored our deepest fears. Lyra's eyes widened as she caught a glimpse of her reflection, no longer the dreamer but the haunted, a specter of her own making. "Run!" I screamed, fear clawing at my throat, but it was too late. The darkness surged, embracing us, each heartbeat reverberating with the sinister promise of revelation. I felt the tug of despair, I felt the pull of the shadows, a chilling whisper in my ear, echoing the truth I feared most. This wasn't just a confrontation with Tsukuyomi. No, this was a reckoning, a dive into the very essence of who we were. And as we stood there, suspended between light and shadow, I couldn't help but wonder which side would claim us in the end. The darkness closed in, and all we could do was brace for the collision of our desires with the truth we had summoned. The sun hung low, a crimson orb teetering on the edge of the horizon, casting long, indecipherable shadows like whispers of forgotten secrets. Amaterasu stood at the precipice of her radiant domain, her heart a swirling tempest of light and longing. She could feel the warmth of her power coursing through her veins, yet it was tinged with an unsettling chill. "Tsukuyomi," she breathed, the name falling from her lips like an incantation, reverberating in the hollow space between them, a name laced with both love and a haunting ache. The sky darkened as if responding to her unvoiced fears. Night was encroaching, as it always did, with each heartbeat harmonizing with the staccato rhythm of approaching doom. She scanned the horizon, searching for his silhouette amid the creeping dusk. "Where are you?" A part of her felt foolish for whispering into the void, yet another part clung to hope, to the frayed threads of their past. Tsukuyomi, the embodiment of the night, had always been a paradox, his presence both a balm and a blade. When they were together, the sky was a canvas painted with hues of vibrant twilight, but when apart, it felt like the entire cosmos turned against her. She remembered the way he looked at her, eyes shimmering with stars, a universe contained in a single gaze. But with that beauty came shadows, shadows that grew long and twisted, feeding on their unspoken fears. Silence reigned now, thick and suffocating, but memories buzzed around her like restless fireflies. I remember their laughter, a melodic dance beneath the silver moonlight. I remember the way he would cradle her face in his hands, brushing his fingers against her cheek as if she were the rarest of treasures. I remember the night they fought, the words hung between them like daggers. "I am the night," he had said, voice low and trembling, "but you burn so bright, Amaterasu. You blind me." Those words echoed in her mind, sharp and relentless, like the distant sound of a clock ticking down to an inevitable reckoning. Time slipped through her fingers like grains of sand, each moment heavy with regret and longing. She yearned for him, yet fear coiled around her heart, constricting, squeezing tight with memories of arguments that had cracked the very foundation of their bond. The air was electric, charged with something unnameable, as if the cosmos held its breath in anticipation. And then she saw him, a fleeting shadow darting across the field, a ghost emerging from the depths of her despair. Her heart raced, a wild bird trapped in a cage of bone. He was here, but he was not. Amaterasu, his voice sliced through the air, a haunting melody that sent shivers down her spine. "Why do you hide from me?" "I don't hide," she lied, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. "I merely wait." But waiting felt like an eternity, like being cast adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The tension between them crackled like dry leaves in the wind. She could see the hurt etched on his face, a porcelain mask cracking under the strain of their history. "I am tired of shadows and silence," he pressed, stepping closer, the distance between them an abyss, a chasm that echoed with their unspoken words. His presence was intoxicating, a heady mix of night and starlit dreams. The air grew thick with unfulfilled desire, each breath a reminder of the warmth they once shared. Yet, she hesitated, her heart a battlefield of chaos. "You know what you are, Tsukuyomi," she whispered, the weight of truth hanging heavily between them. "You are the night, and I am the sun. We cannot exist without obscuring the other." He recoiled as if her words were arrows piercing through the darkness. "You think I want to consume you? To drown you in shadows?" A tremor of desperation seeped into his voice. "I love you too fiercely for that." And there it was, the word that could either heal or shatter. Love, simple yet infinitely complex, hovered above them like the moon, a reminder of their fragile connection. "Love isn't enough, Tsukuyomi." The truth dripped from her lips like poison, a bitter pill swallowed too late. "You and I, we are too different." She turned away, and all at once, the world seemed to tilt. The sun dipped lower in the sky, the warm hues of dusk deepening into twilight as if mourning their lost moments. Guilt surged within her, a tide of regret crashing against the shores of her heart. "I remember the first time we met," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "You were a storm, and I was the calm after." He was quiet, the silence weighted with unshed tears. "And now, what are we?" His eyes bore into her, a haunting plea for clarity, for resolution. An echo, she replied, her own heart a hollow drum, beaten by the pulse of their shared agony. A spectre of what once was. With that, the shadows shifted, swirling around them like a living thing. The cosmos, a vast and indifferent audience, watched as they teetered on the brink of destruction. Amaterasu felt a deep ache in her chest, a longing not just for him but for the way things were before the world turned dark. "I can't bear this," Tsukuyomi breathed, his voice raw, each word a shard of glass. "The distance between us is a wound that never heals." The twilight deepened, smothering them in its embrace, and she felt the weight of her own heartache reflected in his gaze. "I know," she said, her voice cracking like fragile glass. "But we must face it. We must confront the truth. and therein lay their horror, a truth that was both freeing and suffocating. The love they shared, fierce and wild, existed in a realm where light and dark danced together but could never truly unite. Time slipped ever onward, the clock ticking mercilessly toward their uncertain fate. In that moment, they were bound by the very things that sought to tear them apart, two celestial bodies caught in a gravitational pull they couldn't escape. The night lingered, thick with unspoken promises, as the sun began to fade beyond the horizon. "Amaterasu," he murmured, reaching for her, fingertips grazing her skin, igniting a spark that sent shivers of longing racing down her spine. "No matter the distance, I will always find you." But would it be enough? Time would tell, the endless cosmos spinning around them as they stood together on the edge of oblivion, each heartbeat echoing in the silence, a reminder of love's bittersweet enigma. As the stars began to twinkle against the darkening sky, the world around them faded into nothingness, leaving only the weight of their hearts, caught in an eternal struggle between light and dark, forever entwined, forever haunted. The sun hung low, a molten orb suspended in the sky, casting a fiery glow that painted the world with hues of desperation. The air crackled, heavy with an anticipation that felt like a loaded gun. I remember standing in the middle of the village square, my heart pounding against my ribcage like a frantic bird trapped in the bonds of flesh. It was too quiet, too still, an eerie silence that foreshadowed a storm more potent than any gale that had ever swept through these jagged, forgotten hills. Kiyoshi was there, his face a mask of worry, eyes darting like flames searching for an escape route. He was always the brave one, the one who climbed the tallest trees and dared the fiercest currents, but now he clutched his fists, knuckles ghostly white against the dusk. "It's coming," he whispered, and the weight of those words clung in the air, sharp and biting. I remembered that day when we had chased fireflies under the glow of a dying sun, how laughter had cut through the darkness like a knife. I clutched that memory, like a lifeline, as shadows stretched and twisted around us, warping the familiar into something grotesque. And then there was Aiko, her spirit a simmering cauldron of defiance. She stood a few paces behind Kiyoshi, the wind teasing at her dark hair, unveiling a spark of wildness in her emerald eyes. "You think we can hide?" she shouted, voice ringing with a reckless kind of courage. "You think that if we ignore it, it will disappear?" Her words were a challenge, echoing the doubts that gnawed at the edges of my mind. I watched her, heart aching for her fierce spirit, but I felt the tremors in her hands, the cracked and calloused fingers that had toiled endlessly in the unforgiving earth. We were all broken in our own way, stitched together with the threads of our fears and desires. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, tales of the sun goddess Amaterasu, who bathed the world in light, pushing back the clutches of shadows. But what if the sun decided to turn away? What if the warmth we craved was snuffed out like a candle in the wind? Aiko's voice pierced through my thoughts. "We have to face it." Her words ignited a fire within me, but fear clung to my throat like a chokehold. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide beneath the earth where the shadows couldn't chase me. But the world was alive, breathing, pulsing with desperate urgency. A sound, faint and far off, rattled the stillness, a low growl that reverberated through the ground beneath our feet. It trembled through my bones, an omen of the darkness that loomed just beyond the horizon. I could see it now, a swirling mass, an eclipse forming in the distance, devouring the last vestiges of light. Kiyoshi turned sharply, eyes wide, fear spilling over into his normally steady demeanor. "We can't let it take our light," he said, voice taut as a drawn bowstring. "We have to fight." But how do you fight a shadow? How do you wrestle with the intangible specter of despair that gnaws at your soul? I felt the tears prick my eyes, and for a moment, I allowed despair to wash over me, stinging, suffocating. I could hear my heart, a frantic drum in the encroaching silence, and I remembered every moment spent in laughter, every fleeting glance of joy, all the times we had clung to the light, desperate to hold on. In that instant, it wasn't just a battle for survival. It was a reckoning. Aiko's gaze met mine, a whirlwind of defiance and hope, a reflection of everything we had ever fought for. "Amaterasu," she breathed, as if invoking her name could somehow summon the sun's power to chase away the encroaching darkness. "Amaterasu," I echoed, letting the name wrap around me like a cloak, a shield against the shadows. But I felt the weight of our reality, dreams and wishes felt so fragile under the oppressive dark. The whispers of doubt curled around me like smoke, threatening to choke the fire within. The shadows crept closer, a living thing, curling and twisting with malevolence, devouring the light. I felt a pulse in the air, a thrum that echoed the fear in my veins. This was it. The moment where hearts would be laid bare, where dreams would either rise or collapse under the weight of despair. Together, Kiyoshi said, reaching for my hand, his grip firm despite the tremors that coursed through him. Aiko mirrored the gesture, enclosing our hands in a fragile circle of warmth. We face it together. The ground beneath us shuddered as the darkness surged forward, a tidal wave of despair. But within the circle of our clasped hands, warmth pulsed like a heartbeat, the unyielding spirit of our memories, of laughter and joy, of life lived fiercely. We were flawed, broken, but together, we could harness the light that flickered within. I felt the air shift, the sun fighting to break through the dark veil, and in that moment of collision, the world held its breath. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the cosmos thrumming in tandem with my own, a reminder that even in the face of encroaching darkness, light had the power to shape the very fabric of our existence. We stood, anchored in our resolve, as the shadows reached out, stretching, curling, but ultimately falling back in the face of our bravery. It was an echo of a battle as old as time, a reminder that light, like hope, can bend and weave through even the darkest of nights. And as the first rays of the sun pierced the shadows, illuminating the world with a fierce intensity, I knew this was just the beginning. The struggle to keep the light alive was a thread woven into the very essence of life itself, and even as we stood on the precipice, ready to confront the overwhelming darkness, I felt an undeniable truth: we would fight, and we would rise, just as the sun did every morning, no matter how many times it was challenged by the night. The wind howled, a banshee wail that twisted around the ancient trees, echoing in the night like a forgotten memory clawing its way to the surface. I stood there, heart racing, every breath a whispered prayer, shadows dancing in the periphery of my vision. The moon hung heavy, a ghostly orb casting an eerie glow on the forest floor, illuminating the path ahead, yet beckoning me into the darkness beyond. That night, the world felt alive, electric with the weight of secrets long buried. Kira was beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the fear pooling in her heart. She gripped my arm, her fingers like ice, and I could feel her trembling. "What if he comes?" she whispered, voice barely breaking the silence, but it pierced through me like a dagger. Tsukuyomi, his name curled around us, a dark promise. The myths told of a god of the moon, a being who ruled the night, whose presence could turn even the bravest souls into quivering shadows. I had spent too long mocking the stories, until the chill in the air wrapped around my throat and squeezed. I remember the first time I heard of Tsukuyomi. A campfire flickering with life, laughter spilling forth as the elder wove tales of deities and demons. We were children then, naive, unaware of the darkness lurking beyond our village. "He steals the light," the elder had said, eyes dancing. "He feasts on dreams, leaving only nightmares behind." We cackled, thoughts of ghosts and ghouls filling our heads, but now, standing under the weight of an oppressive sky, the laughter felt hollow, echoing back at me like a taunt. Across the clearing, the silhouette of a man emerged, shrouded in shadows that seemed to stretch and contort, hungry to devour the light. I recognized him, but not in the way I wanted to. Dante, my brother, once a protector, now a harbinger of dread. I could still see the flicker of warmth in his eyes, but it was dimming, eclipsed by the dark influence of Tsukuyomi that had seeped into his soul. His voice was low, almost guttural. "Get away from her, Aiko," he growled, teeth bared like a wolf on the hunt. The tension crackled, a taut string ready to snap, and my heart thundered in my chest. Kira's grip tightened, fear radiating off her in waves. "What do we do?" she asked, a tremor betraying her desperation. I wanted to scream, tell her that I didn't have the answers, that I was as lost as she was. But something deeper held me steady, a resolve rising like the tide. "We face him," I said, though the words tasted bitter, like ash in my mouth. The shadows grew thicker, coiling around Dante as if they were alive, whispering secrets only he could understand. I remembered him as a child, his laughter ringing like bells, his dreams stretching across the horizon. Now, he was a vessel of despair, his heart tethered to that moonlit monster. "It's too late for me," he hissed, eyes glistening with unshed tears, a haunting mix of sorrow and rage. "You don't understand. Tsukuyomi is power, and I will not turn away." Each word crashed against me, heavy as stone. I could feel Kira's breath quicken, her fear palpable, and I wanted to reach out, pull her close, shield her from the storm brewing in the night. "You don't have to do this, Dante," I shouted, voice slicing through the darkness. "Fight him! Fight for us!" Suddenly, the wind stilled, and in that suffocating silence, I saw it, the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a glimmer of the brother I once knew. For a fleeting moment, our souls connected, and I felt the weight of his conflict, the rage battling against love and loyalty. But then the fog thickened, a dark cloud clouding his thoughts, and the fear surged back. "You will never understand," he spat, the words hitting like daggers. "You are too weak, too soft." I remember the stories of Tsukuyomi, the power he wielded, the promises he made. They said he could grant any desire, but at a cost: your dreams, your humanity. I had scoffed at the notion, but now reality twisted like a knife in my gut. I could see it in Dante's eyes, the hunger, the thirst for something greater, and I felt my heart shatter for him, for the brother I loved who had lost himself to the shadows. "Let him go!" Kira cried, her voice rising above the suffocating silence. "He's not who you think he is. He's still in there." But Dante's laughter echoed, dark and hollow, cutting through the night like a razor. "You think I'm lost?" he challenged, stepping forward, the shadows curling around him, forming a cloak of nightmares. "You don't know what it means to lose everything." I thought of my own fears, the weight of expectations, the suffocating pressure to be more, to be stronger. I understood that darkness, that insatiable desire for something beyond. But I had fought it. I had clung to the flickering lights of hope and love, even when the night threatened to swallow me whole. "Dante," I pleaded, voice breaking, "you can still choose the light. You can fight this." The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the heart of the forest. Shadows flickered, hungry, reaching towards us with icy fingers. I could feel them, wrapping around my throat, squeezing until I gasped. Memories flooded my mind, moments of laughter, of love, of nights spent dreaming beneath the stars. "Don't let them take you," I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. And then, in that heartbeat of silence, something shifted. The air thickened, charged with electricity. Dante faltered, just for a moment, and I saw it, the flicker of recognition, of pain. "Aiko," he whispered, and in that moment, I felt hope pierce the darkness like the first light of dawn. But the shadows were relentless, twisting and turning, dragging him deeper into their abyss. I could feel Kira's fear beside me, a heavy weight pressing against my chest. With every heartbeat, I knew we were on the precipice of something unimaginable, a confrontation with the very essence of night itself. "No!" I screamed, fury and fear colliding within me. "You are not alone. Fight him. Fight for us." And just like that, the world stood still, the echoes of the night colliding with the fragile tendrils of hope. Would he rise? Would the darkness consume him? In that moment, the shadows breathed around us, tightening their grip, and I felt the weight of the universe pressing down, a cosmic dance of fate and fear, spiraling into the abyss, and I knew this was just the beginning. The shrine stood there, cloaked in shadows, a sentinel of whispered prayers and aching hopes. I remember the breeze that swept through the torii gates, carrying a scent of cedar and something else, something ancient, as if the forest had woven its secrets into the very air. The path was narrow, the gravel crunching beneath my feet, each step echoing in the heavy silence that enveloped me, a silence thick with the weight of the past. Every heartbeat quickened, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if the world held its breath. She stood before the altar, a lithe silhouette against the flickering lanterns. Aiko, with her raven hair cascading like a dark waterfall, her face set in a fierce determination that belied the tremor in her hands. She was here for answers, for absolution, but beneath that bravado lay the bruises of betrayal, the scars left by the choices she had made. "You have to believe me," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, barely audible. The air thickened with her desperation, the very shrine trembling in response. And then there was Hiroshi, his presence looming at the edge of the sanctuary, a shadow of doubt and resentment. The twin flame of Aiko's heart, now reduced to a flickering ember. He watched her, arms crossed tightly over his chest, his face a mask of fractured emotions. He had been her protector, once, but the weight of her secrets had transformed him into her jailer. Every breath was a reminder of their shared past, every heartbeat a countdown to confrontation. "You can't just pray it away," he snapped, the rawness of his words slicing through the air, igniting something volatile between them. I remember the way the Torii Gate seemed to sway, alive with an energy that echoed the turbulence of their souls. Aiko turned to him, a mix of fury and sorrow etched on her features, her eyes glistening like the surface of a stormy sea. "And what will you do, Hiroshi? Will you stand there and watch me suffer? Or will you finally let me go?" Her voice cracked, and in that moment, the entire shrine seemed to shudder, the kami themselves stirred by the intensity of her plea. The twin deities, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, lingered in the air, their presence palpable, unseen watchers of this anguished theater. The shrine, with its sacred stones and moss-covered statues, bore witness to their strife, each beam of wood and stone steeped in the echoes of countless prayers. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, voices tangled in the tapestry of hope and despair, a reminder that this was not merely a place of worship but a crucible of human emotion. "Do you remember?" Aiko's voice trembled, breaking the silence like a dam bursting. "We were supposed to be together, Hiroshi. We made promises under these very trees." Her words hung in the air, heavy with nostalgia, but also with a bitter taste of regret. "I remember," he replied, his voice low, almost a growl. "But those promises mean nothing when trust is shattered." The two of them stood there, caught in the web of their shared history, every thread a fragile connection, every knot a moment of pain. The darkening sky seemed to echo their turmoil, clouds swirling like ghosts, shadows dancing in the twilight. I could almost see the memories flickering in their eyes, moments of laughter, of whispered dreams, of the innocent joy of childhood that had been washed away by time and choices. Each memory was a shard of glass, beautiful yet cutting, a reminder of how far they had fallen. "What was it, Aiko?" Hiroshi's voice cracked, raw with emotion. "What made you turn to the darkness?" I thought. She hesitated, the wind catching her words, scattering them like leaves in the fall. "I thought I could save him." The gravity of her confession hung between them, heavy and thick, the weight of guilt pressing down on her shoulders. In that moment, the shrine became a realm of reckoning, a sacred space where the past collided with the present. The air crackled with tension, the very essence of the divine twins palpable in the stillness. Time felt suspended, as if the universe paused to bear witness to this unfolding drama, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices that led them here, to this precipice. "Did you ever think of me?" Hiroshi's voice was barely a whisper now, an echo of vulnerability that flickered like a dying flame. His pain was a physical presence in that sacred space, a raw wound on display for the kami to witness. "While you were out there, lost in your darkness." "I remember you," Aiko said, her voice steady now, the storm of her emotions coalescing into a quiet resolve. "You were the light that kept me going. But sometimes, light can blind you to the shadows." As the words left her lips, I felt the weight of her truth settle in my chest, a relentless ache that resonated deeply. The lanterns flickered, as if agreeing with her, the shadows reaching out to cradle her confession. The shrine itself was alive, breathing with the weight of their stories, the divine twins watching over, their presence a reminder that love can transcend even the deepest chasms of betrayal. "Then let's find that light again," Hiroshi said, determination cutting through the darkness. "Let the kami guide us." The weight of their history, so full of pain, began to shift, an ember of hope igniting in the hollow spaces where doubt had once thrived. But before they could grasp it, the air thickened again, a warning that hung heavy, foreboding. The very stones beneath their feet seemed to tremble in anticipation of what would come next, confrontation, catharsis, or perhaps a divine test that would bind them forever. The shrine had swallowed their turmoil whole, a vessel for their pain and hope, a reminder that the journey was far from over. And I could feel it, the pulse of the earth, the rhythm of their hearts in sync with the universe, a cosmic dance fueled by their fears and dreams. Shadows lurked just beyond the flickering light, cloaked in uncertainty, and the air hummed with the promise of revelation. Each breath they took, each decision they made, would shape the path ahead, bound by the love that had once united them and the scars that threatened to tear them apart. As the shrine stood sentinel over this tender moment, I realized that the true gods of these twin souls were not just the deities they worshipped but the voices of their past, echoes that would guide them through the darkest nights toward the dawn that awaited. And as the shadows danced, I knew this was just the beginning, a prelude to the confrontation that would seal their fates, the air thick with the promise of transformation, a narrative that would weave seamlessly into the fabric of eternity. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets, where shadows danced like phantoms, twisting and curling into the corners of a desolate alley. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat, the air thick with the weight of unspoken words. The night was alive, alive with whispers of lost souls and shattered dreams, and I could feel the pulse of it in my bones, a heartbeat that resonated with my own. In that silence, I remembered, oh, how I remembered, the fragile line between day and night, light and dark, hope and despair. Miyuki was the first one I thought of, her face etched in pain, beauty marred by the weight of her choices. She had always danced with shadows, her laughter a haunting melody that lingered long after she left. I could see her now, standing at the edge of the world, where the city lights flickered like dying stars, searching for something she could never find. It's just an illusion, she would say, her voice trembling, this divide between day and night. One bleeds into the other until you can't tell what's real anymore. I could feel her desperation, the longing to escape the suffocating darkness that clung to her like a second skin. Then there was Hiroshi, my closest friend, standing beside her, his hands trembling, not from fear but from the weight of unexpressed love. He was the sun to her moon, a bright flame flickering against the backdrop of her twilight. You have to choose, Miyuki, he urged, his voice breaking. You have to choose between the light and the dark, between hope and despair. But each word fell like a stone into the chasm between them, echoing with the futility of their situation. I felt it then, that despair, as palpable as the chill in the midnight air. I remember the night they met, how Miyuki glided into the room like a wisp of smoke, her presence imprinting itself on the air. Hiroshi had been transfixed, and I, a mere observer, felt the electricity crackle between them, a moment suspended in time. But time, like day succumbing to night, is relentless. It devours memories and dreams, leaving only shadows in its wake. I had watched them dance around each other, light teasing at the edges of the dark, each hesitant step forward met with a retreat into silence. And now, with the clock's echo still ringing in my ears, I could feel the tension building as the night deepened, wrapping around us like a shroud. We can't keep doing this, Miyuki said, a tear glistening like a bead of dew in the moonlight. Can't you see? I'm trapped in this darkness. Her voice wavered, a fragile thread on the brink of snapping. Hiroshi reached out, his fingers brushing hers, a spark igniting the air between them. You're not trapped. You're free, Miyuki. Free to choose. But what do you do when choices feel like chains? The city, alive yet dead, seemed to hold its breath as if waiting for a decision that would shift the very fabric of reality. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, ghostly echoes of those who had faced their own crossroads, each choice leading to a different destiny. In the depths of night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, all our fears stood naked, trembling in the cold. Miyuki turned away, her silhouette merging with the shadows, a haunting reminder of what was lost. I remember when we thought the night was beautiful, she whispered, the words slipping through her lips like grains of sand. Now, it suffocates me. I felt her sorrow pierce through the darkness like a blade, raw and real, cutting through the veneer of our lives. Hiroshi stepped closer, shadows clinging to him like a shroud, his voice barely above a whisper. Then let's make a choice together. Let's paint the night with our dreams. But could dreams survive in a world where nightmares lurk just beyond the horizon? I shivered, the thought curling around my heart like a serpent. I remembered the stories of the past, of artists who painted the duality of day and night with such fervor that each stroke bled the essence of their souls onto the canvas. Those paintings, transcending time, captured the eternal struggle, an exquisite dance of beauty and horror, light and darkness entwined in a perfect, painful embrace. I felt the intensity of the moment swell, the air thick with unspoken words and unfulfilled desires, emotions crashing like waves against the shore of reason. Miyuki and Hiroshi stood on the brink, two souls weathering the storm of their hearts, their eyes reflecting the struggle of 1,000 years. I could almost hear the rustle of petals, the sound of a nightingale's song, the scent of jasmine heavy in the air, weaving through their tangled fates. Each heartbeat echoed the weight of their choices, a rhythm that harmonized with the pulse of the cosmos. Miyuki, Hiroshi implored, stepping closer to the edge of the abyss, please, don't let the darkness consume you. We can find the light together. His words hung in the air, fragile as the first blush of dawn breaking the horizon. But she turned, her eyes glistening like shards of glass, reflecting the deep, aching void within. What if the light blinds me? She asked, her voice quivering. What if I'm not strong enough to face it? In that moment, I held my breath, feeling the weight of 1,000 unuttered truths crashing down upon us. The night felt alive, each shadow a witness to their struggle, every flicker of light a reminder of hope's elusive nature. Time stood still, a clock frozen in the moment of choice, where day and night intertwined, a poignant reminder of the beauty and horror that coexist in the human experience. I could feel the tension crackle around us, alive and electric, a storm brewing on the horizon. I yearned for resolution, for the moment when they would shatter the silence, to reach out and embrace each other, to confront the demons that lurked in the corners of their souls. But like the night, time kept slipping through our fingers, and even as the dawn threatened to break, the shadows clung tightly, unwilling to let go. As I stood there, consumed by their turmoil, I felt the shadows whispering to me, beckoning me closer to the edge, urging me to embrace the unknown. What lies between day and night? What truth waits in the silence? My heart raced, caught in the web of their emotions, the depth of their despair, the flicker of hope that danced just beyond reach. I was ensnared in this moment, caught between the beauty of their struggle and the inevitability of the dawn, waiting for the moment when they would choose to step into the light or surrender to the darkness. With each breath, I could feel the night pulling me in, its embrace both terrifying and intoxicating, reminding me that every story is but a reflection of our own. Time continued its relentless march, but the struggle between day and night would always remain, a dance of shadows and light, forever intertwined. The night air crackled with anticipation, thick and electric, as I stood at the edge of the crumbling shrine, my heart pounding like a war drum. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the torches, the ancient stone so cold it seeped into my bones. I could feel her presence, Amaterasu, like a whisper in the wind, a promise of light in a world drowned in darkness. But where was she? I breathed in the scent of damp earth and something sharper, more metallic. Was it blood? I remember a time when I believed in the power of the sun. I remember the stories my grandmother told, her voice trembling with reverence. She is the goddess of light, the keeper of hope, she would say, her eyes glistening with tears that spoke of lost dreams and unfulfilled desires. But tonight, with the darkness creeping ever closer, I felt that hope slipping away, like sand through my fingers. Corey, a voice shattered the silence like glass breaking. I turned, and there he was, Hiro, his face pale and twisted with fear, his breath coming in ragged gasps. They're coming. We have to go. His panic spread through me like wildfire, igniting a familiar dread. I could see the shadowy figures in the distance, their forms shifting and writhing, a grotesque dance that echoed the chaos inside my mind. The villagers had whispered of the rising darkness, of spirits long forgotten and vengeful gods awakening. I had laughed then, dismissed their fears as mere folklore. But now, with Hiro's wide eyes locked on mine, I felt the weight of the world crushing me, squeezing out every ounce of rational thought. I can't leave. Not without her. I shouted, my voice trembling. My desperation clawed at my throat like a wild animal. Hiro grabbed my arm, his grip tight and unyielding. You're a fool if you think she'll come for you. She's abandoned us. The words cut deeper than I expected. I had always believed in the stories, the myths that tied us to our past, to the sun goddess who brought life to the earth. I had always thought that if I prayed hard enough, if I believed fiercely enough, she would answer. But now, as the shadows closed in, doubt crept in like a thief in the night. I remember the first time I felt the sun on my face after a long winter, the warmth wrapping around me like a soft embrace. I remembered the blooming cherry blossoms, their fleeting beauty a reminder of life's transience. I remembered how I used to tell my friends that Amaterasu was my guiding star, the light in my darkest hours. But where was that light now? Corey, please, Hero's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. We have to go. I can't lose you too. His eyes, usually so full of mischief and laughter, were now mirrors of anguish, reflecting my own turmoil. In that moment, time twisted like a fraying thread. I felt the weight of 1,000 memories stacking up against me, an unbearable burden. I thought of Takumi, my brother, lost to the darkness that had claimed our village. He had been so full of life, his laughter ringing through the halls like a sweet melody. But now? Silence. A void where joy once flourished. Takumi believed in her too, I whispered, with a softness that felt foreign. I could almost hear his laughter, feel his hand clasping mine as we chased fireflies on summer nights, each flicker a testament to the magic of the world. Takumi is gone, Kaori. Hiro's anguish echoed in the empty night. We can't chase ghosts. We have to survive. His words hung heavy in the air, a cruel reminder of the harsh reality we faced. I didn't want to let go of the hope that had kept me afloat, the belief that Amaterasu would shine down upon us, guiding us back to safety. But with every heartbeat, I could feel the shadows creeping closer, the cold breath of despair tickling my neck. I looked toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn peeked through the thick clouds, a fragile promise that felt worlds away. I could feel the pull of the sun within me, a fire igniting in my chest that screamed for freedom and light. But how could I embrace that warmth when the shadows lingered, threatening to consume everything I loved? Kaori! Hiro's voice drew me back, fierce and pleading. We have to leave now, or we'll be swallowed whole. The fear in his eyes mirrored my own, the desperation binding us in a shared torment, a collective struggle against the encroaching darkness. It was in that moment, standing on the precipice of despair, that I made my choice. I could either cling to the fading light of hope or step into the unknown, hand in hand with Hiro, embracing the uncertain path ahead. Together, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. We go together. With one last glance toward the shrine, I felt the weight of centuries, the stories, the myths, the lives lived in reverence of a goddess who had once seemed omnipotent. But now, in the throes of chaos, I realized that belief was a double-edged sword. It could uplift or shatter, guide or abandon. And as the shadows descended, I could only hope that even in the grip of darkness, we might still find the flicker of light that Amaterasu once promised. And so, we fled, not towards safety, but into the unknown, hearts pounding, souls intertwined, the sun's distant glow a haunting reminder of what had been lost and what might still be found. The night held its breath as we plunged into the depths of the void, where the past whispered its secrets and the future loomed like a spectre, waiting to be confronted. The moon hung low that night, a fiery orb, pulsating with an intensity that seemed to throb in time with the very heartbeat of the earth. Shadows stretched long and thin over the cobblestones, whispering secrets that only the night wind dared to carry. I stood in the heart of the city, where the hum of life faded into an eerie silence, and for a moment, I felt the weight of the universe pressing down on me. The air was thick, electric, threatening to snap. I could taste the fear in it, a metallic tang on my tongue. Myra, my sister, stood frozen beside me, her fingers clawing at the hem of her dress, a futile attempt to ground herself. Her eyes, wide and shimmering, reflected the moonlight, but they held shadows of their own, cracks of despair that ran deep. What did you see? She whispered, her voice barely a shiver in the night. I wanted to turn to her, to pull her close and shield her from the truth, but the words clawed at my throat, desperate to escape. Something terrible. The truth lay heavy like a stone in my chest, each heartbeat a reminder of the torment that had unfolded just moments before. I remembered the howl of the wind, the frantic footsteps echoing in the alleyway, the scream that split the air like glass. I could still feel the chill of that moment, the darkness creeping closer. Is it the moon? She asked, her gaze darting up as though it could offer answers. Is it Tsukuyomi? The name tumbled from her mouth, reverent yet fearful, a prayer and a curse entwined. It sparked a memory, a tale whispered in candlelight, of the god who ruled over the night, who beckoned shadows with a cruel smile. I remembered how we'd laughed at the old stories, how the moon had always been a friend, a beacon. But now, it loomed like a spectre, and I could feel its pull, a sinister gravity that threatened to drag us into madness. I glanced at the cobbled street, the uneven stones glistening with night dew, and I could see the remnants of a struggle, splashes of crimson where life had once thrived. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing the chaos of the moment. I fought against the rising bile in my throat, the urge to flee, and yet, I was rooted to the spot, both terrified and transfixed by the darkness that slithered in every corner. "Do you think he knows?" Myra breathed, her voice quaking with uncertainty. And it was in that moment that I understood, the moon, Tsukuyomi, the very embodiment of our fears, had become a character in our lives, shaping not just our myths but our existence. The moon was no longer just a glowing orb in the sky, it was a tyrant, a puppeteer pulling the strings of fate, and we were merely marionettes dancing to its tune. I remember, I whispered, the memories flooding back, our childhood dreams beneath the moonlight, stargazing on the roof, whispering secrets to the stars. I remember the stories, Myra. The beauty of the night, but now it feels like a trap. He's watching. With each word, I could feel the walls closing in, the very air around us thickening like fog. A chill swept through the alley, a reminder that the night held more than just stars and dreams, it held darkness, the kind that could suffocate and consume. I turned to Myra, my sister, the one person I had vowed to protect, and I saw the flicker of hope in her eyes, a weak flame against the encroaching shadow. "Maybe we can fight it," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "If we understand him, if we write it down." She glanced toward the small notebook tucked in her pocket, the one she carried everywhere, filled with verses about the moon's grace. "Maybe poetry can defeat the darkness." The absurdity of it gripped me, poetry against a god? How naive! Yet, there was a spark in her determination, an unyielding defiance that pulled at my heartstrings. But what if he doesn't want to be understood? I challenged, fearing the depths of that unknown. What if he thrives on our terror? Then we use it against him, she countered, her voice rising with fervor, resonating through the stillness like a battle cry. "I won't let him take you from me. I'll write our fears, our joys, everything we are, and if he reads it, maybe he'll realize we're not just mere mortals to be toyed with." I could see the moon reflecting in her eyes, a shimmering promise. A flicker of hope surged within me, battling against the dread that coiled around my heart like a serpent. "Then let's do it," I whispered, driven by a raw desire to push back against the dark tide. "Let's write our story, even if it's drenched in fear." And so we stood there, two souls adrift in a tempest, ready to wield words like swords, to etch our existence into the fabric of the night. The moon, once a friend, had become an adversary, and we would not submit quietly. I could feel the tension building, the air vibrating with unspoken promises, with heartbeats echoing louder than the night. We began to scribble, frantically pouring our fears, our joys, our heartbreaks onto the pages. Words cascaded like falling stars, each one a tiny rebellion against the looming darkness. I remember the summer nights, I wrote, and I could feel the moon's gaze upon us, both watching and listening. I remember the laughter, the dreams, and the shadows growing long, but now, it feels like we are nothing but ghosts in his realm. And as we wrote, I sensed the air shift, the weight of the moonlight pressing against our backs, an oppressive force trying to sway our will. Yet, we fought back, our words becoming a shield. Each line we penned was a step toward reclaiming our narrative, a chance to carve our existence into the night. The moon shone brighter, but we were no longer afraid. We had become the authors of our fate, weaving our stories into the vast tapestry of the cosmos, poetic representations of light and dark, of love, fear, and defiance. In that sacred moment, I felt a kinship with every poet before us, every hand that had ever dared to dream beneath that luminous sphere. Together, I murmured, the word of vow hanging in the night air, heavy with promise. We are stronger together. And in that truth lay an unyielding bond, a reminder that even in the face of cosmic dread, we could carve our own path, one word at a time, one heartbeat at a time, even as the moon loomed above, a looming spectre, both tyrant and muse. The night wrapped around the village like a shroud, thick and heavy, a silence so profound it pressed against the skin. I stood there, shivering, shadows dancing in the flickering light of the lanterns, those fragile beacons of warmth amidst a sea of encroaching darkness. When the wind whispered through the trees, it carried with it the scent of something ancient, something that felt both comforting and foreboding, a reminder of the spirits that stirred in the depths of the night. Miyuki could feel the weight of her heart pounding, a wild drum echoing the chaos within. She stood frozen, her breath visible in the cold air, her mind racing, torn between the lure of the light and the depths of her despair. She had lost her brother to the darkness, the same darkness that now stalked her like a ghost, hungry and relentless. The village said it was a curse, a shadow that had crept in, but that was just another story to weave into the fabric of their lives, another way to make sense of the senseless. Light and darkness, she whispered, the words tasting like ash on her tongue. Two sides of the same coin. But where was the balance when one side felt so overwhelming? She could see Riku, her brother's ghost, in her mind's eye, a flicker of brightness swallowed by the black abyss. And then there was Takumi, a boy on the cusp of manhood, haunted by his own shadows. He had always been the strong one, the one to protect. But as he stood there, fists clenched, eyes wild with fear, he felt as if he were crumbling. What good was strength in a world where darkness smothered joy? He wanted to fight back, to find the demons that had taken Miyuki's brother and drag them into the light, but how could one combat the intangible, the unseen? The lanterns flickered again, casting grotesque shapes on the walls of the wooden houses. The village elders spoke of light as purity, of the sun as a divine force, while the moon, a cold, indifferent observer, held mysteries in its dark embrace. He heard their words in his head, thought about the rituals, the offerings made at the shrines, how they sought to honor the kami, to appease the spirits that walked between realms. But what if the spirits were silent, indifferent? What if they had turned away? I remember the first time I learned about the kami, those ethereal beings that flitted between worlds, carrying the essence of nature in their whispers. They were protectors, yet they were also capricious, demanding respect while offering little in return. They demanded light, yet the darkness was where fear festered. I remember the elders chanting, their voices rising and falling like the tide, and I, a child, grasping my mother's hand, feeling the pulse of energy, the crackle of life in the air around us. But life was not a fairy tale, it was a tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow. Each moment was a reminder of the fragility of existence. Miyuki's heartbeat quickened as she recalled the night her brother disappeared. She had seen the darkness then, a fog rolling in, thick and cold, swallowing the laughter of children, the warmth of family. No one had believed her when she spoke of the shadows that crept along the edges of their village, curling like smoke, whispering sinister promises. They said she was just a girl with a wild imagination, yet the memory of his laughter still echoed in her soul, a haunting melody twisted by grief. Riku, Ishi screamed, her voice trembling, reverberating into the night, a desperate plea to the universe. Where are you? The wind answered only with silence, wrapping her in a cold embrace, a reminder that not all stories end in light. Takumi stepped closer, his hand reaching for her shoulder, trying to anchor her back to reality, but all he felt was the chill of despair. Miyuki, we have to go, he urged, his voice a raw whisper, trembling under the weight of his own fears. We can't stay here. But she shook her head vehemently. No. I won't abandon him. I can feel him, somewhere in the darkness. She turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the moon hung low, casting an eerie glow. If I can just find him, I can bring him back. We can bring him back. We? Takumi echoed, but doubt crept into his voice. Could they really confront the darkness? Did he have the courage? He remembered the stories, the tales of those who ventured too far into the night, who were never seen again, consumed by the shadows they sought to conquer. The darkness was not just a place, it was a force, an entity that fed on fear, on despair. It whispered sweet nothings that curled around the heart and squeezed. I remember the stories of spirits, of shadows, of light that flickered just beyond reach. They told us that the sun would rise again, that dawn would break through the night. But what of the nights that dragged on endlessly, suffocating hope? What of the moments when light felt like a distant memory, flickering like an old film? Miyuki suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath her feet, an echo of ancient forces awakening. Her heart raced, pounding like a war drum. "Riku," she cried again, voice rising in defiance, compelling the darkness to respond. And then, the air shifted. A chill swept through, and the shadows deepened, coiling around her like a predator, hungry and waiting. In that moment, she felt it, the weight of despair, the crushing realization that the very fabric of her being was woven from both light and darkness. Takumi stepped forward, grounding her with his presence. "We'll face it together," he vowed, a spark of determination igniting within him. The darkness was terrifying, yet here, in this moment, he felt the flicker of something akin to hope. They were not alone, they were two souls battling against the night, fighting for the light that seemed so far away. Together, Miyuki echoed, and for a heartbeat, the darkness receded, revealing an inkling of the light they sought. But as the shadows danced, growing restless, the battle was far from over. The confrontation loomed, a specter of dread lingering just out of sight, promising intensity and upheaval. This was not the end, this was merely the beginning, a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat away from an uncertain fate. The shadows whispered, the lanterns flickered, and the night stretched on, a canvas painted with both light and darkness, waiting for their next move, waiting for the inevitable clash that would determine everything. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a gunshot through the silence of the narrow streets. In that moment, I saw her, a shadow against shadows, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp air. Talia, a ghost of her former self, stood beneath the skeletal branches of a tree that looked like it was clutching at the sky, desperate for a grip on something as real as the pain in her chest. The night was thick with a tension that crackled, a pregnant pause that felt as if the universe held its breath, waiting for something to break. "I thought you'd be here," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. I wanted to reach out, to tell her everything would be okay, but the words lodged in my throat. I was a coward, paralyzed by the weight of my own regrets. Across the street, shadows shifted, a band of lost souls, wearing their despair like a tattered cloak. Jordan led them, eyes burning with intensity, a fire fueled by the anger of 1,000 nights spent questioning the reasons for his existence. He had the kind of pain that sculpted a body into something hardened, something that couldn't be broken. Yet, beneath that facade lay a heart that longed for connection, for understanding, a heart that beat widely in the throes of a battle he thought he could win alone. "I can't stay here," Talia pressed, her voice stained with desperation. She was unraveling before my eyes, not just from the cold, but from the weight of choices unmade and dreams long buried. I remembered when she was bright, a star in a vast, dark sky, illuminating everything around her. Now, she was just a flicker, a dying ember that I was powerless to reignite. The space between us pulsed with what could have been, what should have been. I felt my heart race, not just from the fear of losing her but from the sheer weight of what her absence would mean. It was a void that would consume me, turn me into something unrecognizable. "We can't keep doing this," I said, my voice cracking like the pavement beneath our feet. "Doing what?" she snapped, anger flaring briefly, illuminating the depths of her sorrow. "Living in the shadows? Pretending like tomorrow matters?" The world around us felt suspended in time, the weight of her words crashing down like a hammer on glass. My chest tightened, the hand around my heart, squeezing. I couldn't breathe. The sky hung heavy with clouds that mirrored our turmoil, as if the cosmos itself was tethered to our fates. And there in the darkness, I caught a glimpse of something that felt larger than us, an existential dance of day and night, where every moment was a choice, every choice a consequence. Jordan crossed the street, his presence commanding, a storm poised to erupt. "You think you can run from this?" "From us," he spat, anger fueling his words. "You think the night will protect you?" "It won't." But Talia only shook her head, a tear slipping down her cheek, glimmering like a fallen star. The night was a shroud, a shelter, but also a trap. I could see it in her eyes, the longing for escape mixed with an undeniable gravity that pulled her back. She was caught between two worlds, the light that offered hope and the darkness that enveloped her, promising solace. "Jordan, stop!" She's hurting, I pleaded, stepping between them, a fragile barrier against the storm. Hurting, he laughed, a hollow sound devoid of warmth. We're all hurting. But pain doesn't excuse weakness. It only reveals it. I felt the weight of those words. They stung, deep and unforgiving. Was I weak? Had I let the night swallow me whole, let it drown my spirit until I became a mere reflection of what I once was? I couldn't answer. Talia's breath hitched. I don't want to be weak, she whispered, despair clawing at her voice. But I can't keep pretending. I can't keep fighting. Her words hung in the air, a fragile thread woven from fear and acceptance, ready to snap. Then don't, I said, my heart racing as I reached for her. Stop fighting. Just be. But she recoiled, as if my words were a dagger. Be what? A shadow? A ghost of what I could have been. The shadows on her face deepened, the moonlight casting a cruel spotlight on her pain. I'm not ready to face the day. I don't want to see the light because it shows me everything I've lost. In that moment, I felt the weight of her sorrow wrap around my heart like chains, heavy, unyielding. I wanted to scream, to rage against the despair that threatened to consume us. But instead, I stood there, a silent witness to her unraveling. Jordan took a step closer, anger simmering beneath the surface, but his voice softened, cracking like ice on a river. You say you can't face the day, but what if the day is all we have? What if the night is just an illusion? His words poured out, raw and visceral, like the truth we all feared to confront. Talia shook her head, the shadows swirling around her like a tempest. The night is real. Yes, but so is the dawn, he pressed. So is the possibility of something more, something beyond this eternal cycle of pain. There was a stillness then, an almost reverent pause as we stood there, three broken souls intertwined in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. It was a crossroads, the gentle tug between night and day, where every heartbeat echoed with potential. I looked at Talia, at the fear etched into her features, and I understood then that we were all just trying to navigate the darkness, trying to find our way back to light. But the night was a labyrinth, twisted and confusing, and every choice we made echoed through the corridors of our souls. Will you choose to fight? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, heavy with the weight of the question. Talia's gaze flickered between us, uncertainty and determination warring within her. She was at the edge of something profound, something terrifying. And as I held my breath, the air thick with unspoken words, I knew this moment would linger, an indelible mark on the canvas of our lives. The clock struck again, a haunting reminder that time was both our enemy and ally. And there, in the space between night and day, we stood suspended, poised on the precipice of something extraordinary, something life-altering. And as the first light of dawn crept on the horizon, we each had to confront our own truths, our own shadows. The night whispered of despair, but the day beckoned with the promise of hope, and I realized this was only the beginning. The cave loomed, a gaping maw that swallowed the light, a bitter darkness where shadows whispered secrets and fears alike. I stood at its threshold, my heart a wild drum, each beat a plea for courage. The air crackled with tension, thick with the weight of unspoken words. Somewhere deep within, a presence stirred, a reminder that even in darkness, hope flickers like a dying ember. Amaterasu had vanished into the depths, her radiance snuffed out by despair, and with her absence, the world trembled. I could hear the echoes of a life once lived, a life of laughter and grace. Her name was a song on my lips, a prayer etched into the fabric of my being. Amaterasu, the sun goddess, the fierce protector of our homeland, whose brilliance had woven the very tapestry of our existence. But now, her light was eclipsed, and the world outside had descended into chaos. Beside me stood Suki, her face drawn tight, her eyes pools of anxiety. She was my sister, my anchor. In her heart lived the dreams of 1,000 women, their hopes and fears etched into the lines of her weary smile. What if she never returns? Her voice trembled, a fragile thread hanging in the air between us. What if we're left with only shadows? I wanted to reach out, to grasp her hand and promise that everything would be all right, but the weight of uncertainty pressed against my chest, suffocating. "We must believe," I whispered, though even I felt the doubt creeping in. "She's our goddess. She will come back." But the cave felt alive, pulsating with dread. A chilling draft swept through, wrapping around us like a serpent. I could see the flicker of shadows dancing on the cave walls, figures twisting in the edges of my vision, remnants of old stories, half-remembered tales of the divine. They were watching, waiting, and something deep inside me screamed to flee. Yet, the thought of Amaterasu's light extinguished sent a cold shiver down my spine. We had to confront the darkness. The cries of our people echoed in my ears, their pleas mingling with the forgotten prayers of 1,000 generations. I could not abandon them, nor could I abandon the goddess who had given us hope. As we stepped deeper into the abyss, memories surged, visions of sunlight streaming through cherry blossom trees, laughter rippling like a stream. I remembered the warmth of her smile, the way she danced across the sky, painting the world in hues of gold and crimson. In those moments, I remembered what it felt like to be alive, vibrant, unburdened by doubt. But the shadows whispered back, reminding me of the price of such beauty. I shuddered. Through the suffocating darkness, we stumbled, the echo of our footsteps a haunting melody. Suki's breath quickened as we neared a glimmer of light, a flickering flame that seemed impossibly distant. "What if it's a trap?" she hissed, fear clawing at her throat. "What if this is merely a mirage, a cruel trick of the darkness?" "Then we pull her back," I declared, my voice stronger than I felt. "We fight for her." The light danced ahead, a fragile beacon, and we pressed on, compelled by a force greater than fear. As we drew near, the cave opened up into a vast chamber, and what we saw took our breath away. Here, in the heart of the earth, lay a figure swathed in darkness, her radiance dimmed but not extinguished. Amaterasu knelt, her head bowed, surrounded by swirling shadows that clawed at her essence. "Goddess!" I cried, my voice cracking in despair. "We are here!" Her head lifted slowly, and my heart seized. Her eyes, once bright as the sun, were clouded, brimming with sorrow. "Why have you come?" she asked, her voice a weary whisper, echoing through the chamber like an ancient song that had lost its melody. "Because you are needed," I shouted, my voice ringing with conviction. "The world is drowning in darkness. We cannot survive without your light." But the shadows danced around her, whispering cruel truths, secrets that cut deeper than any blade. "You do not understand," she replied, anguish etched into her features. "I am weary. The weight of this world is too much to bear." I felt the tears pricking my eyes. "But we are your people. We need you to shine. Please don't let the darkness win." The shadows thickened, wrapping around her like a vice. Suki stepped forward, her voice trembling but fierce. "You taught us to be strong, Amaterasu. You taught us to rise against the darkness. Don't let it consume you." There it was, the flicker of defiance. A spark igniting against the suffocating dread. "You are not alone, goddess," I pleaded, my heart racing. "We stand with you." In that moment, the shadows recoiled, as though struck. Amaterasu's expression shifted, the burden of despair giving way to the faintest glimmer of hope. "Can you bear the weight?" she asked, vulnerability spilling from her lips. "We will carry you," Suki declared, her voice a fervent whisper. "Together, we can defeat the darkness." Tension hung thick in the air, a fragile line that could snap at any moment. The shadows writhed, hissing and howling, but we stood our ground, heartbeats synchronized, a chorus of defiance against the void. I felt the warmth of Amaterasu's spirit entwining with ours, weaving a tapestry of resilience that shimmered in the gloom. "Then let us rise," she breathed, and with a surge of light, the cavern erupted in brilliance. In that moment, the shadows wailed, retreating as the warmth enveloped us. A dance of light and dark, a battle for existence, as we stood on the precipice of change, together. The air crackled with energy, hope woven into the fabric of our beings, eternal and unyielding. And as the darkness whispered its last, I held my breath, knowing this was merely the beginning. The fight for light would continue, an eternal struggle, and we would be there, every heartbeat echoing with the promise of dawn. Silence hung heavy like a shroud over the moonlit landscape, the shadows stretching long and twisted beneath the faint glow of stars. A soft breeze whispered through the trees, carrying secrets of ancient battles and unfulfilled dreams. In that hushed moment, tension coiled tight, a serpent waiting to strike. I could feel it in my bones, the palpable fear and excitement lingering in the air. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath. Amaterasu stood at the edge of her sunlit realm, her radiant form bathed in golden light. She was a goddess of warmth and life, yet she felt the chill of an impending storm gnawing at her heart. Her hair flowed like molten sunlight, but her eyes, those eyes, held a tempest of emotions, swirling with rage and sorrow. She gazed into the darkness, where her brother Tsukuyomi lurked, shrouded in shadows. Their conflict was not merely one of light and dark, it was a clash of souls, a battle that transcended time and space, echoing through the cosmos. "I remember," she murmured, her voice trembling as she recalled the warmth of their shared childhood. Memories of laughter echoed, but now they twisted into something bitter. "I remember the days when we danced under the same sky, when laughter was our language." Her heart ached, a wound fresh and raw, yearning to heal, yet knowing it could never be the same. The rift between them had grown, deepened by jealousy, misunderstandings, and unspoken truths. But Tsukuyomi was not just a brother, he was an enigma wrapped in sorrow, a dark mirror reflecting her own fears. He was the keeper of the night, a sentinel of dreams and nightmares, and he had long been overshadowed by Amaterasu's brilliance. Even now, as he watched from the abyss, his form flickered like a dying candle, cloaked in the mantle of darkness and solitude. "Is this what you wanted?" he shouted, voice echoing like thunder, filled with hurt and accusation. "You bask in glory while I remain the ghost in your light. The echoes of my existence swallowed whole by your radiance." Anguish punctuated each word, like daggers thrust into the heart of the night, reverberating through the air. In that moment, I felt the weight of their shared history, the burden of sibling rivalry, the wounds they had carved into each other's souls. I could almost taste the bitterness hanging in the air, thick and acrid. Tsukuyomi's heart was a tempest of emotions, betrayal, longing, and an insatiable hunger for recognition. It was a desire more profound than mere acknowledgement, it was a plea for love that had been eclipsed. "I did not choose the light, Tsukuyomi," Amaterasu replied, her voice breaking like glass, sharp and beautiful. "But I cannot stand by as you threaten the very fabric of our world. Your darkness consumes all, and she paused, swallowing the churning knot in her throat, "I cannot let it drown the light." What a tragic irony, to be so close yet so far apart, two celestial bodies locked in an eternal dance of despair. The air crackled with energy, a storm brewing between them, threatening to unleash chaos upon the land. I could feel the earth tremble beneath their conflicting wills, the skies darkening as Tsukuyomi unleashed a swirl of shadows that clawed at the edges of her sunlit domain. Did he even realize what he was doing? With every flick of his wrist, he painted the skies with despair, a canvas of grief and yearning. I shivered at the sight, caught in the magnetic pull of their conflict. It was a story as old as time itself, sibling rivalry marked by love and jealousy, each one desperate to be seen. I remember, Tsukuyomi's voice softened, a haunting echo of memories long forgotten. "I remember when you promised to share the sky with me. We were to rule together, light and dark entwined, a cycle of balance." His pain was palpable, a raw wound opened wide, bleeding sorrow. "And I remember the promise you broke when you chose to shun the light," she spat, the hurt transforming into anger, an inferno blazing beneath her radiant exterior. "You embraced the shadows, and now they consume you. Do you not see?" The transformation was breathtaking, an explosion of light and dark. The clash of their fierce wills reverberated through the cosmos, each heartbeat a pulse in the universe's grand design. Time slowed, and I felt every moment stretch like an elastic band, taut and ready to snap. In this swirling tempest of emotions, I found myself caught in their turmoil. I was a ghost, lingering at the edges of their pain, feeling the weight of their heartbreak. I could see their flaws, their vulnerabilities laid bare like the night sky painted with the stars' unforgiving brilliance. Amaterasu, the radiant goddess, yet so painfully isolated, Tsukuyomi, the keeper of shadows, yet so achingly lonely. As the confrontation escalated, the world around me began to blur, the edges softening into abstract shapes. Their pain emanated from their hearts like ripples in a pond, spreading outward, meeting the fears of those who once worshipped them. Shadows crept across the land, swallowing everything in their path as light flickered and waned. What would it take to mend the rift? Could the warmth of Amaterasu's sun ever thaw the chill of Tsukuyomi's night? The air was thick with anticipation, every breath a silent prayer, every heartbeat echoing the desperate hope that somehow they would find a way back to each other. But hope feels fragile in the face of such overwhelming despair, doesn't it? It tugs at the seams of the heart, a fleeting whisper in a storm of chaos. As their clash reached its zenith, the heavens trembled beneath the weight of their unresolved emotions, the cosmos itself a witness to their tragedy. And just like that, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of a precipice, waiting for the inevitable fall. It felt as if time had stopped, suspended in a moment that could shatter or heal with the next heartbeat, leaving me teetering on the brink, longing for resolution as the shadows loomed ever closer. I remember the moon hanging low, a pale eye that watched the world with silent judgment. It was a night like no other in ancient Japan, the air thick with tension, laden with the weight of forgotten promises. Each tick of the clock seemed to pulse with a heartbeat, erratic, frenzied, desperate, as if the very fabric of time was tearing apart. A village, once vibrant, now cloaked in shadows, trembled under the ghost of Tsukuyomi, the moon god, who whispered into the hearts of men, driving some mad with ambition and others to despair. In the heart of that village, Kaito's hands trembled as he clutched a weathered scroll. His eyes darted between the shimmering ink and the ominous sky. "Tonight," he said, barely more than a breath, "we summon him." Fear flickered in his chest. He was the son of a priest, bound by duty, yet the call to challenge the celestial was intoxicating. What if he answers? His voice cracked, a whisper edged with excitement and terror. Beside him, Haruka stood like a wisp of smoke, her long hair flowing like the night itself. She was wild and fierce, the embodiment of laughter that masked her pain. "What if he doesn't?" she replied, her tone laced with defiance. "Are you so afraid of the truth?" Her eyes held a tempest, reflecting her own struggles with loss and longing. They danced in a delicate balance, tethered to each other by a thread of shared desperation. The villagers whispered stories at twilight of how Tsukuyomi had once brought time to their world, illuminating days and marking seasons, but also how he had twisted it, creating cycles of despair. The clock tower, a hallowed relic, stood in the center of the village, its gears grinding like the teeth of a beast. "Look at it," Kaito said, gesturing toward the structure that loomed over them. "It keeps us bound, ticking away our lives like sand through an hourglass." Haruka leaned in closer, her heart racing. "Then let's break it," she murmured, daring to dream. "Let's free ourselves from the chains of his grasp." But she knew the truth, every heart harbored shadows, and hers was no exception. The village had suffered under Tsukuyomi's grip. Lovers lost, dreams shattered, all under the indifferent gaze of the moon. The fear of the unknown was a darkness they both felt, clinging to their souls. As night deepened, dread wrapped around Kaito like fog. The ritual was set, a circle drawn in the earth, candles flickering like trapped spirits, casting ghastly shapes on the walls of their minds. "Do you really want this?" he asked, his voice a shaky tremor. "To confront what we can't control." His vulnerability hung in the air, a threadbare tapestry of hope and apprehension. "I want to know," she replied, her voice steady, yet tinged with sorrow. "To understand why time has forsaken us, why every tick feels like a death knell." She stepped into the circle, and Kaito followed, their hearts racing as they stood in the realm of the unknown. The moon hung heavier now, and as they called upon Tsukuyomi, silence fell around them. The world paused, breath held tight. In that moment, they faced the abyss. Shadows began to swirl, the air crackling with energy that made their skin prickle. Kaito felt it, a shift, a tremor of what was to come. He remembered his mother's tales, warnings woven with love and fear. The moon god was no benevolent force. A voice echoed, ethereal and haunting, weaving through the darkness. "Why do you disturb my slumber?" It pierced their hearts like a dagger, chilling their bones. Kaito's breath hitched, each word wrapping around him like a serpent. Haruka gasped, eyes wide, reflecting the moonlight as if they were catacombs filled with lost souls. Tsukuyomi, she found the strength to call out, her voice trembling yet fierce. We seek to understand our time. Show us why you've cursed us. There it was, a challenge, a plea, an invitation to the unknown. The moon flickered, and Kato felt the world shift beneath him, a tremor of reality that threatened to unravel him. Time stretched, twisted, an elastic band on the brink of snapping. The past rushed in memories of laughter, of warmth, of heartbreak. They fell like rain, drenching the ground beneath them. A father's ghost, a lover lost, dreams that flickered like candle flames. What is time but a series of memories, he whispered, grappling with the shadows of his own heart. Time is a thief, Tsukuyomi's voice surged, wrapping around them like a cloak. I am the keeper of what was lost. Why should I grant you peace? The air grew heavy, charged with emotion, the weight of unbearable truths. Haruka's resolve faltered, tears spilling down her cheeks. Because we are not afraid anymore, she shouted, her spirit igniting. We have suffered, yes. But we have also loved. We've cherished moments, however fleeting they may be. Her words rang like bells, echoing through the darkness, pulling Kato from his despair. Grant us the wisdom of time, Tsukuyomi. Teach us to embrace it. With each heartbeat, the world seemed to contract, and the moon pulsed with a furious light. Time held its breath, and the clock tower groaned beneath the weight of their defiance. A shudder ran through the ground, an echo of fear and hope intertwining. Kato reached for Haruka, fingers brushing against her skin, his lifeline, his tether to sanity. We're in this together, he promised, though he felt the specter of hopelessness lurking behind him. We will face the truth, whatever it may be. Together, they closed their eyes, surrendering to the unknown. In that moment, the moon's light flooded the circle, washing over them in shimmering waves. It was as if time itself had paused, hanging in the air like a breath waiting to be exhaled. The clock's gears ground to a halt, and silence enveloped them, a silence that echoed with the promise of revelation, and yet, the dread of what lay ahead. Nothing was certain. Nothing was safe. And yet, within that uncertainty, a fire ignited, the fire of defiance against the chains of time, against the shadows that threatened to consume them. They stood on the precipice of the unknown, hearts racing, breaths shallow, caught between the light of the moon and the darkness of their fears. What awaited them, they could not fathom. But they were ready, hand in hand against the encroaching night. As the air crackled with energy, time trembled on the edge of revelation, and the cosmos held its breath, ready to reveal its secrets, waiting for the next heartbeat to change everything. The night draped itself over the landscape like a thick velvet cloak, heavy and foreboding, as if the stars were cowering beneath its weight. Shadows danced in the underbrush, whispering secrets known only to the ancient trees that stood like solemn sentinels. I shivered, the air electric with anticipation, the scent of damp earth rising up to meet me, thick and rich, as I stood on the edge of the forest. I remember the way Akira's eyes glinted, a mixture of fear and defiance, when he declared, "We must honor the kami." His voice, raw and trembling, echoed in the stillness, a heartbeat against the overwhelming silence. He was my brother, my confidant, and yet, in that moment, he felt like a stranger, wrapped up in rituals I couldn't understand, tethered to traditions that felt suffocating in the face of our father's recent passing. The moon hung low and heavy, its light a ghostly reminder of the life we had lost. I turned to look at the old shrine, its weathered stones worn smooth by centuries of reverence. "Do you think they can hear us?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, the question tasting like ash on my tongue. "The kami? The spirits of our ancestors? Or was it just the weight of night that silenced them all, hanging like a noose around my heart?" Akira stepped closer, his brow furrowed in determination. "They are always listening," he insisted, and for a moment, I could see the child he once was, the boy who chased fireflies and dreamed of being a hero. But that boy was drowning in the shadows of grief, and I could feel my own despair creeping in like a thief in the night, stealing away the last whispers of hope. As he knelt before the shrine, I could feel the tremors of his soul reaching for the divine, desperate for solace. "Please," he murmured, "give us a sign." His hands, trembling, clutched the small wooden offering, a perfect little rice ball, still warm, a piece of our shared past, a connection to our culture. My heart twisted in my chest, the weight of expectation lay heavy upon both our shoulders. What if the kami turned their backs, like everyone else? What if the void left by our father was too vast for even the spirits to bridge? A sudden rustle in the bushes sent a jolt through me, adrenaline igniting. I glanced over my shoulder, my heart pounding like a war drum. The trees whispered louder now, their voices rising and falling in a chaotic symphony. I could feel the air shift, the anticipation thickening, as if the very fabric of the night was drawing tighter around us. Did you hear that? I breathed, my voice trembling. Akira's eyes were wide, the innocence of childhood slipping away like sand through our fingers. It's just the wind, he replied, though I could see doubt flickering in his gaze. The wind? Or was it something else, an echo of the past, or perhaps a specter of what was to come? The moon flickered, its light wavering, and in that fleeting moment, I saw her, a figure cloaked in shadows, gliding between the trees like a whisper of smoke. My breath caught in my throat, for she was ethereal, impossibly beautiful, with eyes that shimmered like starlight. I wanted to call out, to reach for her, but fear rooted me to the spot. Who was she? A spirit? A goddess? Or perhaps just a trick of the mind, a cruel jest played by the night? Akira followed my gaze, his expression shifting from bewilderment to awe. The kami, he breathed, hope igniting in his chest like a flame. I wanted to shake him, to remind him that such visions could lead to ruin, but the wonder on his face was overwhelming, so pure it felt like the first light of dawn breaking through a long night. Stay back, I whispered, a warning caught in my throat, but Akira stepped forward, drawn in like a moth to the flame of her presence. Please, he begged, tell me what to do. But the figure merely watched, her gaze piercing, timeless. I felt the weight of 1,000 years in her eyes, the secrets of our ancestors swirling around us like smoke. I could almost hear their voices, muffled, fragmented, echoes of the past mixing with the present. And then, just like that, she was gone, vanished into the inky darkness, leaving behind only an echo of longing. I turned to Akira, his face pale, hope shattered like glass beneath the weight of reality. What if we're not enough? I asked, the words spilling out like a desperate plea. What if they don't care about us? What if we're just alone? The silence that followed was deafening, each heartbeat echoing in the void. I could see the struggle in Akira's eyes, a tempest of emotions battling for control, fear, anger, the raw ache of loss. He wanted to believe, to hold on to something greater than ourselves, but the burden of grief was a heavy chain that wrapped around his heart. We can't give up, he finally said, his voice steely with determination, yet I could see the cracks beneath the surface, the fear lurking just out of sight. We must try. For him. For our father. The words hung in the air, heavy with expectation, and I felt myself pulled into the turmoil of his emotions, a whirlpool dragging me down into depths I was terrified to face. And then, from the depths of the night, a sound, a whisper? A breeze? The rustling of leaves that seemed to call our names. My heart raced as I turned back toward the shrine, its ancient stones glowing in the moonlight, a beacon in the dark. It's time, I murmured, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer, a desperate invocation. Akira looked at me, a question in his eyes. What do we do? The air crackled with anticipation, the world around us teetering on the edge of a precipice. I felt the weight of our ancestors behind us, urging us forward, yet the darkness loomed vast and unforgiving. We offer our pain, I whispered, heart trembling with each syllable. We give them our grief, our memories. We ask them to carry it for us. As I knelt beside him, the ground cold against my skin, I felt my heart break open, raw and exposed. I remembered the last words our father had whispered, the warmth of his embrace, the laughter that once filled our home. I poured it all into the offering, the love, the sorrow, the longing. Akira mirrored my actions, tears spilling down his cheeks, mingling with the earth like the rivers that flowed through our land. In that moment, the night shuddered, and I could almost hear the kami stirring, the very essence of nature and divinity intertwining, as day and night clashed in a celestial dance. I held my breath, anticipation electrifying the air, as something shifted, something profound and unfathomable. And just as the dawn began to break, spilling light across the horizon, I knew the battle was far from over. We stood at the intersection of nature and divinity, our hearts intertwined with the spirits of our past and the echoes of what was yet to come. The moon hung high, a ghostly sentinel in a sky thick with clouds, a shroud as heavy as the sorrow that clung to her heart. Hannah stood at the edge of the forest, the trees whispering secrets too old for human ears. She had come here to escape, to run from the weight of loss that pressed on her like a lead blanket. Yet, standing there, every shadow felt like a haunting, every rustle of leaves a reminder of what she could never reclaim. I remember the sound of his laughter, she whispered into the night, the words a fragile breath that trembled in the cold air. It echoed back, mocking her. I remember, but the memory swirled like smoke, intangible, slipping through her fingers. Her brother, Taro, had vanished one autumn night, leaving nothing but an emptiness that carved deep into her soul. The forest was where he loved to wander, where they once played hide and seek, their laughter ringing through the air like the sweetest melody. The night demanded tribute, and Hannah was ready to pay. She stepped forward, drawn into the embrace of the trees, her heart pounding like a drum of war. The deeper she walked, the more she felt and heard, voices riding the wind, murmurs that chilled her spine. The stories of the Irai, restless spirits trapped between worlds, filled her mind. She had always dismissed them as folk tales, mere whispers. But tonight, those tales felt disturbingly alive. Then came the sound, a soft weeping, like the rustle of silk against skin. She froze, breath hitching. The sound curled around her, wrapping her in a cocoon of despair. Hannah, it was his voice, unmistakable, yet drenched in sorrow. Help me, her breath quickened, fear clashing with hope. Taro, she called, her voice raw and trembling. The woods held their breath, silence stretching like a tightrope. Was it truly him, or a trick of the night? Her heart ached as she stumbled toward the sound, her mind a battlefield of doubt and longing. As she ventured deeper, the darkness thickened, shadows twisting into shapes that pulsated with emotion. Memories of Taro flickered like candle flames, his teasing smile, the way his eyes sparkled with mischief, the warmth of his embrace. Each memory was a dagger, sharp and penetrating, reminding her of the chasm that had opened when he disappeared. I remember, she murmured, the last time I saw you, and then she saw it, a figure, faint and shimmering, like a mirage on a hot summer day. It hovered just out of reach, its features indistinct, cloaked in sorrow. Hannah, the voice was a chilling caress that sent shivers down her spine. It was as if the forest itself mourned with her, the trees weeping in rhythm with her heart. But as she drew closer, doubt clawed at her. You're not real. The words tasted bitter on her tongue, a denial she yearned to believe. The figure flickered, its sorrowful eyes locking onto hers, filled with an unfathomable depth of pain. Through the haze of longing and grief, a second presence emerged from the shadows, Kazuki, her childhood friend, his face pale, eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. Hannah, don't, he shouted, but it came too late, she was already entranced, caught in the web of the ghostly figure, the air thick with the scent of jasmine and decay. Kazuki's breath came out in quick, panic bursts. You can't trust it. Irai are deceivers. But Hannah could barely hear him over the thundering of her heart, the yearning for connection overshadowing her reason. She reached out, fingers trembling toward the apparition. Why did you leave me? The question spilled forth, raw and unfiltered, the tears she had held at bay crashing down her cheeks. The figure's sadness deepened, an ocean of longing reflected in its ethereal visage. I tried to find my way back. The voice was a haunting echo, a melody that resonated through the very marrow of her bones. Kazuki surged forward, grabbing her wrist. Hannah, no! You'll become like him. His grip was tight, grounding her against the pull of the ethereal, but the struggle felt futile. The ghost sorrow was a powerful current, tugging at her heart like a siren song. The weight of unresolved grief threatened to drown her. Stay with me, she begged, the words a desperate plea, a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. But the figure only flickered, as if the very fabric of time and reality strained against its existence. I can't. I can't stay, and with that, it began to dissolve, the edges blurring into the darkness. Let it go, Hana! Kazuki's voice surged through the haze of her longing. We have to find a way to break the cycle. Don't let the darkness take you. Taro's form began to dissipate, the light dimming, the sorrow deepening. Hana, it whispered, the word a ghostly caress that lingered in the air. Remember me, in that moment. The weight of time pressed down on her, memories, fears, regrets all swirling in a vortex around her. A terrible realization sank in, not all ghosts are meant to linger. I remember, she gasped, heartbreaking, and drew back from the pull of the apparition. With a final flicker, Taro's figure vanished, the last vestige of his spirit curling into the night, leaving only the echo of her name lingering like a soft breeze. The forest sighed, the weight of centuries resting heavy on its branches. Kazuki tightened his grip, and she turned to him, eyes wide and brimming with unshed tears. What if he needs me? She whispered, anguish etched into her features. He does, Kazuki replied, his voice steady but filled with an unspoken sorrow. But not like this. We can't let the past consume us. Together, they stood in silence, the shadows retreating, the night alive with the echoes of their confrontation with the spectral. Hana felt the world shift, the night pressing close, yet somehow she felt lighter. The ghosts of the past still haunted her, but now their weight was a lesson, a reminder of the love that had once flourished. But as they turned to leave, the air thickened again, whispers rising like fog around them. Hana, or the night called, its voice a chilling reminder that some echoes never truly fade. The legends of the night were far from over, they were just beginning. The air crackled with an electricity that sent shivers down my spine, the sun hidden behind a veil of ominous clouds, casting shadows that wrapped around the small, imperiled village like a vice. I stood in the midst of a turmoil that felt as ancient as the stones beneath my feet, where the pulse of history, raw, unyielding, throbbed in tandem with my own racing heart. This cannot be happening, I thought, my mind a whirlwind of disbelief and dread. Eiko, her hands trembling, clutched an amulet shaped like the sun, a desperate symbol of hope as the villagers gathered around her, their eyes filled with fear. Amaterasu, she whispered, a prayer barely escaping her lips, yet heavy with the weight of generations. She was a woman divided, pulled between the traditions of her ancestors and the reality of her own shattered dreams. In the depths of her despair, I saw the flicker of defiance, a spark igniting within her fragile frame. She believed, fiercely, that the goddess of the sun could still shine upon them, even as darkness threatened to consume the very fabric of their lives. Then there was Kenji, standing at the edge of the gathering, his silhouette framed by the flickering flames of a distant bonfire. His face was a mask, a complex tapestry woven from loss, anger, and a bitter yearning for redemption. Kenji had once been a soldier, carrying the weight of his father's legacy on his shoulders, a legacy steeped in the blood of battles fought and lives lost. Amaterasu, he muttered, his voice rough, raw, as if the name itself had the power to heal his wounds. But I could see the cracks in his resolve, the way he bristled when the villagers spoke of the goddess as if she were a savior. To him, she was a cruel mistress, dangling hope just out of reach, and he couldn't let her magic blind him to the dangers lurking in the shadows. The air grew heavier, thick with tension, as if the universe itself held its breath. I felt the rhythmic pulse of time, a clock ticking mercilessly, echoing the heartbeats of all assembled. Each tick a reminder of what was at stake. I remember, I whispered to myself, the tales told by my grandmother, how Amaterasu had once locked herself away in a cave, plunging the world into darkness. But it was not her absence that frightened me, it was the knowledge that the light was never guaranteed to return. The villagers were restless, murmurs rising like steam from a boiling pot. They spoke of omens, of a drought that had lasted too long, of crops that withered in the unforgiving sun. And Eiko, with her sun-shaped amulet, stood like a fragile lighthouse in a storm, her spirit flickering in the wind. We must summon her, she cried, her voice breaking, a desperate plea that echoed against the darkening sky. But deep down, I could sense the gnawing doubt that haunted her. Could a goddess who had turned her back truly be beckoned back to them? Kenji's hands clenched into fists, the knuckles white with tension. Legends cannot save us, Eiko. We must act. We are the ones who must fight for our future. His words, sharp as blades, cut through the air, igniting a fire in the hearts of some, while extinguishing hope in others. Around us, the shadows flickered, alive with echoes of the past and the uncertainty of the future. In the depths of my mind, memories swirled like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. I remember, I thought again, the festivals held in her honor, when laughter filled the air and the scent of incense wrapped around us like a warm embrace. But those were mere illusions, weren't they? Moments crafted from dreams, fragile as spun sugar. Aiko's voice trembled, pulling me back to the present. We must remember her light, not just in our prayers but in our actions, she insisted, her eyes gleaming with the fervor of a lost cause. But how could they summon light when the world felt so dark? How could they fight against the cosmic forces that seemed to conspire against them? The villagers, caught in a web of despair and hope, began to murmur among themselves. Some turned their eyes to the sky, searching for a sign, while others looked to Aiko, their fragile faith resting on her shoulders like the weight of a mountain. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the voices of ancestors long gone urging them, pleading with them to remember. I remember, I thought again, the stories of resilience, of the sun goddess who had once emerged to vanquish the darkness. But in this moment, who was the real goddess? The one who had abandoned them or the one who stood before them, heart open, willing to reach? As the tension thickened, a storm began to brew. The wind howled, carrying with it the scent of rain, a harbinger of change. Kenji's gaze met Aiko's, a silent understanding passing between them, a crackling energy that ignited something in the depths of my soul. In that split second, I sensed the collision of two worlds, one bound by celestial myths, the other anchored in harsh reality. Let us summon her, Aiko said, determination brimming in her words. Let us light a fire in the darkness. But even in her fervor, I could see the flicker of uncertainty, the question hanging in the air. Would Amaterasu answer? Would she break the silence of the ages and step forth into their suffering? Like a heartbeat, the moment expanded, stretching across the landscape of their fears and desires. I was enveloped in it, the swirling, tempestuous clash of hope and despair, light and shadow. I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, the ghosts of those who had come before whispering their dreams and fears into the chilly wind. And as I stood in that liminal space, caught between legend and reality, I knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation was yet to come, the reckoning still waiting in the wings. In the throbbing silence, I felt the cosmic dance of fate unfolding, daring them to take the leap. Would they rise to meet it, or would they fall victim to the darkness that loomed, waiting to engulf them whole? The sun sank lower, an ember on the horizon, casting long shadows that intertwined with the whispers of ancient spirits. I remember, I thought again, my heart pounding with urgency, this is not just about Amaterasu. It is about every flicker of hope that refuses to be snuffed out, every soul that dares to dream when the world is cloaked in darkness. Aiko's voice pierced through the thickening gloom. Together, we can call her back. And in that desperate cry, I felt the trembling promise of dawn, a promise that echoed through the ages like a heartbeat, urging them onward into the unknown, where the sacred and the profane collided, and where their fate hung in the balance. The air trembles with an electric pulse, a shiver racing down my spine as the sun begins its slow, deliberate descent into darkness. I stand on the edge of the world, my heart racing a frantic tango, the sky bleeding colors that feel deeply wrong, as if nature herself is gasping. Around me, the crowd murmurs, their voices a haunting choir, filled with wonder and dread, eyes wide, souls bare. Somewhere amidst the chaos, I catch a glimpse of my brother, Daniel, his face shadowed but glowing with an uncanny light, a comet streaking through the cosmic void of our family's history. I remember when we first saw the stars, he had said, his voice a whisper lost in the cacophony of our childhood's laughter. You were terrified. Remember? I told you they were just diamonds scattered across the sky. I hadn't told him then, but it was the vastness of the night that terrified me, the way it swallowed everything whole. Now, with the eclipse creeping closer, I can feel the gravity of the moment, the weight of every story ever told about darkness devouring light. My breath catches. I glance at the sky, an ominous curtain slowly drawn across the sun's brilliant face, the world plunging into twilight. There's a sense of foreboding that coils around my heart, tightening with each passing second. The ancestors whisper in my ears, tales of gods and monsters, of celestial battles fought in silent fury. I think of the Aztecs, their sacrifices to quell the darkness, their hearts offered to the sun with the hope of returning light. I think of the Greeks, whose myths danced with chaos every time Apollo's chariot faltered in the sky. But this isn't just mythology, it's us. Daniel's hand reaches for mine, fingers brushing against my palm, grounding me in this surreal moment. He looks at me, and in his eyes is a tempest of emotions, regret, love, a flicker of something darker, a shadow that has haunted us since childhood. What if it doesn't come back? He asks, his voice trembling like the last note of a mournful song. I shake my head, defiance surging within me. It has to. It always does. The words feel hollow, echoing against the vastness of the universe, and yet I cling to them like a lifeline tossed into turbulent seas. And then, as if the cosmos were waiting for this very moment, the moon slides into place, a dark sentinel blotting out the sun. Gasps ripple through the crowd, a collective shudder as shadows stretch and yawn across the landscape. It's beautiful and terrifying, a time-stopping moment suspended between hope and despair. I feel it in my bones, the pulse of something ancient, something primal. In the darkness, I catch sight of Clara. She stands apart from the crowd, eyes locked on the eclipsed sky, her face illuminated by an eerie glow. Clara, with her wild dreams and her impossible spirit, has always believed in magic. She believes in the stars as guides, in the whispers of the universe. And yet, in this moment, I see the cracks in her faith, the trembling of her lips, the shadows under her eyes that speak of sleepless nights spent wondering if we are nothing but specks of dust drifting in a void. Clara! I call, my voice cutting through the thickening darkness, but it feels futile, swallowed by the silence that stretches and lingers. She turns slowly, as if pulled by invisible strings, and I recognize the fear in her gaze. What if it's a sign, she murmurs, the weight of the cosmos hanging heavy between us? Of what? I demand, desperation lacing my voice. A sign that we're doomed. No, she insists, voice trembling, a sign that we're alive. That this moment, however fleeting, holds meaning. But does it? Does it truly mean something when the sky darkens and fear seeps into our bones? The world feels fragile, and I wonder how quickly it could shatter, how easily we slip through the cracks of existence. The eclipse deepens, swallowing the light, and the crowd around us collectively exhales, a long, drawn-out breath that echoes through the empty spaces of my heart. I feel my pulse quicken, a wild rhythm that drowns out the tumult of thoughts that scream at me from the depths. What if it doesn't return? What if we are left in this encroaching void? Daniel squeezes my hand, his warmth a beacon in the cold. Remember the stories, he whispers, his voice fierce against the shadows. The stories always have a way of bringing the light back. And in that moment, I am unmoored, my mind racing through a kaleidoscope of memories, the stories we shared as children, the ghost of our laughter echoing in the stillness. I remember our mother telling us of the sun battling the dark, of the celestial dance that was life itself. I can almost hear her voice, echoing through the ages, weaving a tapestry of hope and despair that stretches across time. But what if the darkness wins? As the moon moves away just enough to reveal the last sliver of the sun, I feel it, an awakening, a spark igniting in the pit of my stomach. The sun fights back, and I realize this moment is not just about the celestial. It's about us. The fractures in our relationships, the darkness that looms over our hearts, the shadows of our past. A roar of light bursts forth as the sun reclaims its throne, and in the brilliance, I see Clara's face, her laughter, her bravery, her heartbeat a rhythm against the chaos. I see Daniel, his spirit flickering like a candle in the wind, and I feel it in my bones, a promise, a reminder that even the darkest moments can give birth to light. In this world, we are all eclipses, shaping our shadows against the sun. We are the stories half told, the memories etched in the fabric of the universe. And as the light breaks free, I grasp for it, for them, for the promise of what comes next, for the fight against the darkness that binds us. The stars shimmer, whispering secrets of resilience, and as the sun shines once more, I know deep within that the battle between light and dark is eternal, just like our love, our pain, our lives. And somewhere, in the vastness of the cosmos, the echoes of our hearts intertwine with the stories of our ancestors, reminding us that we are never truly alone. In this moment, we are alive, we are flawed, we are infinite. The eclipse is merely a passing shadow, and as it fades, the world awaits our next breath, our next story. The night was suffocating, thick with an impending storm that crackled in the air like ancient bones creaking, begging for release. I stood there, heart pounding, as the wind whispered secrets through the trees, twisting the shadows into grotesque shapes that danced along the forest floor. A single drop of rain broke the heavy silence, splattering against the earth, but I felt it pulse through my veins instead. The kami were restless tonight. A figure emerged, shrouded in darkness, Mayoko, her eyes fierce as embers caught in a gust. I could see the flicker of her spirit, raw and untamed, battling against the weight of fate that hung like a noose around her neck. This was never meant to be, she breathed, her voice a desperate plea, a challenge thrown into the night. I wanted to reach for her, to grasp her frail frame, but even I feared where her choices had led her, the abyss that awaited. Fate had woven its intricate web, and now those threads tightened around us, suffocating. She was a kami, a being of nature and magic, yet here she was, entangled in the very essence of human struggle, between the choices that felt free and the destiny that refused to let go. I could hear the echoes of her cries, "Why must I suffer for my choices? Why can't I change?" But the whispers of the night answered only with silence, heavy and mocking. Then there was Takashi, lurking in the shadows, a storm brewing in his chest. I could sense his bitterness like a scent, pungent and familiar. He had always been the one who fought against the currents, a soul stained with the tears of countless losses. "You think you're alone," he spat, eyes glinting like shards of broken glass. "We are all trapped in this dance of fate. You think you can escape it? Look at us." His voice cracked, revealing the raw fissures of his heart. "I can't save you, Mayoko. Not tonight." The air thickened, electric with emotion, and I felt the gravity of their conflict, their lives intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, both yearning for freedom yet bound by an unseen force. I wanted to scream, to tear at the very fabric of their despair, but I was rooted, just a witness to their pain, a ghost haunting the edges of their choices. "Every day I choose," Mayoko whispered, her voice breaking against the storm that threatened to unleash its fury. "But does it matter? Or am I just playing a part? Is it all written in the stars?" The cosmic weight of her words hung between us, a riddle wrapped in anguish. She gazed at the heavens, as if searching for answers in the void, but the stars blinked back, indifferent to her plight. Time slipped through our fingers like sand, cruel and relentless. I could feel the ticking of an unseen clock, counting down to an inevitable confrontation, a collision of desires and destinies. The forest around us was a living entity, pulsating with the energy of our struggles, the trees witnesses to the silent war between fate and free will. I could almost hear them whispering, "Choose wisely. Choose fiercely. Choose now." As the first raindrops fell, a bone-chilling chill swept through the ground, and I caught the glimmer of something in the shadows, a threat lurking just beyond our reach. Takashi shifted, his breathing ragged, as he sensed it too. "Mayoko, we have to move," he urged, but the fear in his voice was laced with something deeper, an understanding that perhaps this moment was their destiny, inescapable as a moth drawn to flame. The rain began to pour, each drop a relentless reminder of our choices splattering against the earth, mingling with our fears. I could taste the electricity in the air, the raw energy of despair and defiance. They stood together, yet apart, souls battling unseen chains, yearning for liberation. I wanted to scream, "You can fight this," but my voice drowned in the storm. Then, as if summoned by the sacred chaos, a figure emerged from the depths of the forest, an elder kami, cloaked in shadows, eyes gleaming like twin moons. "You think you wield your fate," they intoned, voice a haunting melody that wrapped around us like mist. "You are but a note in a symphony you cannot hear, a dancer in a play you do not know." Mayoko's fists clenched, defiance radiating from her soul. "I will not be a pawn. I will rewrite the song." In that moment, the universe held its breath. The storm paused, and the air crackled with possibilities. I felt the weight of their emotions pressing against me, raw, unyielding. Takashi's gaze flickered, battling shadows of doubt. But what if it's too late? His voice trembled, a fissure of fear cracking through his bravado. What if we're destined to lose? The vulnerability in his words was a knife twisting in my chest, a dagger of truth I dared not confront. Then we fight, Mayoko declared, the intensity of her spirit igniting a fire in the abyss surrounding them. We fight, no matter the cost. And in that declaration, I felt a surge of hope, a pulse of possibility that whispered of change. But the elder Kami's laughter echoed through the rain, a haunting sound that sent shivers down my spine. Fight, yes, but against what? Against whom? Are you prepared to face the threads of fate you seek to sever? The question lingered, bitter and sharp, as if the very fabric of existence was watching, waiting. The storm surged around us, a tempest of emotions clashing, fear, anger, desperation, hope. I felt my heart race, each beat echoing the turmoil of their souls, every breath thick with uncertainty. The realization crashed over me, this battle was not just against fate but within themselves. The tension coiled tighter, a taut string ready to snap. I remember, Mayoko's voice, a whisper now, reached out into the storm. I remember dreaming of freedom, of breaking chains. I remember the laughter of stars, the embrace of dawn. The words hung heavy in the air, fragile yet fierce, echoing the timeless conflict of existence, a battle of wills woven into the tapestry of their lives, alive with emotion. As the rain beat harder against the earth, I felt it shift, an awakening, a spark ignited in the depths of sorrow. This moment was a crossroads, a reckoning, where despair collided with the burning ember of defiance. They stood on the precipice of their choices, their souls raw and exposed, and the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of fate. In the heart of the storm, I saw it, that flicker of resolve in their eyes. The battle was just beginning, the clash of fate and free will echoing in the infinite echoes of the cosmos. The night was alive, charged with emotion, and I was wrapped in its embrace, heart racing, breath hitching as I felt the pulse of existence. The storm raged on, a symphony of chaos and hope, and I was bound to their struggles, heart intertwined with their choices, forever caught in the interplay of fate and free will, where each heartbeat ignited the promise of a tomorrow yet to unfold. A clock ticked somewhere in the shadows, its sound echoing like a heartbeat, pulsing with the weight of the moment. The room is dim, just enough light slipping through the cracks to reveal dust motes dancing in the air, caught in a slant of fading orange. Beneath that soft glow, a figure hunches over an old, worn-out book, fingers trembling, as though the pages might explode with secrets. Her breath comes quick and shallow, each inhalation a desperate grasp for clarity in a world gone dark. I remember the night he vanished, she whispers, her voice a thread barely tugging at the silence. I remember the moon hanging low, a distorted silver coin in a sky bruised with storms. Tsukuyomi, the god of the moon, had always been a haunting presence in her life, but that night, something primal awakened within her, a sense of urgency, a sense of dread. A shadow flickers behind her, fleeting but real. She turns, heart hammering against her ribs, and sees only the darkened corners of a room that feels too large, too empty. It's as if the air itself holds its breath. I'm not alone, she murmurs, though she knows, deep inside, she is. Toshiro stands in the doorway, framed by the fading light, a boy caught between the weight of tradition and the yearning for freedom. In his hands, he clutches a crumpled photograph of a young girl, her eyes wide with innocence, untouched by the burdens of gods and legends. She believed in the stories, you know, he says, a tremor in his voice. She thought they could save us. But what could save them now? His heart aches, suspended between two realms, one tethered to the past, the other pushing him toward an uncertain future. I remember, a flash of laughter, the carefree days of summer, the scent of blooming cherry blossoms. But now, the weight of expectation lies heavy on his shoulders. Tsukuyomi's dark whispers invade his thoughts, and he can't shake the feeling that the moon watches him, a silent judge. We're just pawns in their game, he mutters, guilt gnawing at him like a hungry dog. The girl, Haruka, shifts in her seat, her voice cutting through the tension like glass shattering. You think it's a game? You think Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu care about us? Her fists clench, knuckles pale and tight. I've seen what happens to those who cross them. They don't play, they obliterate. She remembers stories, the old tales told by firelight, where gods enacted their wrath, and mortals were left in the ashes. The weight of her words hangs in the air, thick and palpable. Toshiro's gaze flits to the window, where the night stretches like a vast, consuming beast, ready to swallow them whole. But we don't have to follow their path, he says, the fire igniting in his eyes. Maybe there's a way to rewrite the story, to take back what's ours. I remember, the words tumble out unbidden, each syllable a sharp shard of glass. I remember the night my father disappeared. The way the shadows danced just beyond the lantern's glow, the way the wind howled like a lost spirit. A dam of memories bursts open, flooding her heart with emotions long buried. Fear, anger, desperation. She could feel them clawing their way to the surface, demanding to be acknowledged. He went to confront Tsukuyomi, and never returned. The room feels smaller as they huddle together, secrets spilling from their lips like spilled ink, creating patterns that no longer make sense. The air thickens with a shared fear, a collective understanding that they are bound by something greater than themselves. Their fates intertwined like cosmic threads woven into the fabric of the universe. But then, a shuddering silence envelops them, a darkness so deep it feels alive. Toshiro takes a step closer, his breath shaky. What if we called upon Amaterasu? She's the sun, the light, right? She could what? Haruka snaps, cutting him off, fear transforming into rage. What has she ever done for us? She turned her back when the world plunged into night. Don't you see? We're caught in their eternal cycle of vengeance, the moon against the sun, shadows against light. Outside, the city pulses with life, oblivious to the storm brewing within these four walls. Car horns blare, laughter mingles with the clink of glasses, but inside, they dwell in a suffocating silence. Each heartbeat echoes like a drum, a reminder of the fragility of their existence. The clock ticks on, relentless, mocking the very notion of time. I can't live like this anymore, Toshiro admits, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. If we don't act, we'll become ghosts of our own making, wandering through a life that means nothing. And there it is, the raw truth laid bare, a wound exposed to the air. Each of them is haunted by their past, but it's their future that terrifies them most. They are at a crossroads, standing on the edge of a chasm filled with uncertainty. What will become of them? The gods may laugh, their celestial games played out in the darkness above, but down here, they are mere mortals, fragile and trembling. Let's confront them, Haruka says, her voice barely a whisper, but it booms in the silence, a rallying cry. Let's break the cycle. The air crackles with a newfound energy, a spark igniting within the room, setting fire to the shadows lurking in the corners. They grasp hands, three souls entwined in a moment that feels monumental. Together, they'll step into the abyss, challenge the gods, and rewrite the stories that have shackled them for too long. And then, in that charged silence, a sudden chill sweeps through the room, as if someone or something has entered, a presence neither of them can see, but all three can feel. Their breath catches, hearts racing. The night pulses outside, an echo of the chaos to come, and they know, deep down, that they are not alone in this fight. They will rise, they will confront the darkness. Together, they will embody the light of Amaterasu, the fierce resolve of Tsukuyomi, two sides of the same coin, forever in conflict, forever bound to the stories that shape their lives. Time ticks on, relentless and unyielding. The moon casts its watchful gaze upon them, and the world waits, breathless and expectant, for the next chapter to unfold. The night draped over the city like a funeral shroud, heavy and oppressive. Tatsu stood on the rooftop, breath hitching in a throat tight with anxiety, as shadows writhed beneath him. The moon hung low, a silent observer to the chaos below, illuminating fractures in the world he thought he understood. He could hear the whispers, the sharp, biting words of his sister, Yuki, echoing through the alleyways, tinged with desperation and longing. The stars, indifferent, blinked above, cold and fierce, as if mocking his uncertainty. I remember, the phrase clawed at his mind, a relentless chant. I remember the story she told me of the sun and moon as rivals, lovers caught in an eternal dance of light and darkness. She believed in them, in the elegance of their struggle. but belief had frayed at the edges, unraveling like the cloth of his own battered heart. He turned abruptly, the wordless screams of the city swirling around him. Firecrackers exploded, bright flashes in the night sky, echoing the anger brewing within him. It wasn't just the city that was restless, it was his soul, an unending tempest that mirrored the cosmic battles above. Yuki's voice had seeped into his skin, her poetry entwining with his own fears. You must learn to choose, Tatsu. Day or night. Light or shadow. But how to choose when both tormented him? He craved the warmth of the sun, the embrace of daylight, the laughter that echoed in the streets. Yet the night called to him with a siren song, promising solace in its depth, understanding in its quiet embrace. The weight of his indecision felt like a noose tightening around his neck. Yuki, the dreamer. She had always been the light in his life, yet tonight, her laughter was a haunting echo that chased him through the shadows. He could see her now, a wisp of a figure darting through the alleyways, the moonlight catching in her hair, a ghost of the girl who spun tales of celestial beings in the dark. She was lost, caught between the reality of their crumbling world and the fantasies that had sustained them. I remember, the memories clung to him like cobwebs, sticky and suffocating. The tales of jade dragons and celestial foxes danced in the back of his mind, their fables weaving a tapestry of hope that was now frayed and tattered. He wanted to scream, to search for her in the labyrinthine streets, but the air was thick with dread. There it was, a flicker of movement. His heart pounded, each beat thunderous in the silence. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the moment to settle, but the darkness pressed against him, viscous and suffocating. It whispered secrets, things he wished he didn't know. You can't save her, Tatsu. Not without paying the price. He choked on those words, the burden of his destiny clawing at his throat. The stories had promised strength in unity, sun and moon, day and night. But what if the truth was that they were as fractured as the world around him? What if they were always meant to be apart? Tatsu opened his eyes, and the city pulsed beneath him, alive with possibility and fear. Yuki was there, standing under the flickering neon lights of a bar, her silhouette painted against the vibrant chaos. She looked small, fragile, lost in a world that had once felt so grand. Tatsu! Her voice cut through him, sharp as a knife. You have to come. They're waiting. Waiting. The word hung between them like a shroud. His mind raced, the faces of those who relied on him flashing before him. Friends, family, the burden of expectation, the weight of the past. He could almost see the threads of fate tying them together, but they were fraying, unraveling into an abyss of despair. Yuki, his voice trembled with a desperation that mirrored the chaos of the night. What if they're wrong? What if the stories are twisted? What if the balance is a lie? But fear flickered in her eyes, a haunting reflection of the truths he wished to escape. And what if they're not? She stepped closer, the space between them charged with tension, like the moment before a storm. You can't turn away from this. You have to confront it. Day and night, light and shadow, they exist together. Yet he felt the pull of the darkness, the cold fingers of night creeping into his thoughts, promising a seduction that was both terrifying and alluring. He could hear the whispers of the cosmos, the age-old tales that wove through the fabric of existence, reminding him that nothing was ever truly lost, only transformed. The city trembled, a living beast caught between two worlds, and in that moment, Tatsu understood, the myths were not just tales. They were warnings. The age-old dance of sun and moon was a reflection of their own struggles, the chaotic beauty of human existence, raw and unfiltered. I remember, he murmured, the words spilling from his lips like a prayer, the stories are not about choice, they are about acceptance. But acceptance is a heavy cloak to wear, one that chafes against the skin and weighs down the heart. As the shadows deepened, Tatsu reached out, fingers trembling as they brushed against Yuki's hand, the warmth igniting a spark of hope in the encroaching darkness. They stood together, two souls entwined, caught in the tumultuous storm of night, poised on the precipice of something vast and ungraspable. The clock chimed in the distance, echoing the heartbeat of the universe, and with it came the dawning realization, the struggle itself was the point. In this dance of light and shadow, they would find their way, together amidst the chaos, as the city breathed around them, an ever-turning wheel of day and night. And as they stepped into the unknown, the stories that shaped them whispered promises of resilience, echoing through the streets, blending with the shadows, forging a new path in the twilight. Tatsu clenched his jaw, heart racing, as the night unfurled before them, an infinite tapestry woven from the threads of dreams and memories, an eternal struggle that would never truly end, only transform into something yet unseen. The moon hung heavy, a ghostly sentinel casting silver shadows that danced on the asphalt below. Each pulse of its light felt like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate, and throbbing with secrets. In the distance, the city hummed with a restless energy, its underbelly thrumming with unspoken fears, untold stories gnawing at the edges of the night. The air tasted electric, saturated with a tension that promised something inevitable. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, heart racing as I watched Yuki emerge from the darkness. Her face mirrored the moon's light, ethereal yet haunting, framed by cascading black hair that whispered secrets of its own. She was a contradiction, a manifestation of both beauty and despair, with her eyes like twin orbs of obsidian drawing me into their depths. I felt the pull, a gravitational force that twisted my insides, made my heart falter. She was not just a girl caught in the web of life, she was a storm, a vessel for Tsukuyomi's chaos. "I can't do this anymore," she murmured, the words barely breaking the fragile silence, a whisper that unsettled the very fabric of the night. A shudder passed through me. I remember the first time I saw her under that same moonlight, her laughter like music, blaring through the cracks of my discontent. But now? Now, the laughter was a ghost, fading into the chilling atmosphere. "Yuki, we can fix this," I pleaded, urgency clawing at my throat. I knew what she was wrestling with, Tsukuyomi's influence, a celestial force that dictated her very essence, her mood shifting with the lunar phases. The weight of expectation pressed down like a shroud. She was caught in a dance with fate, her actions governed by the whims of the cosmos. Each full moon spun threads of destiny that bound her tighter, each waning crescent an echo of her dwindling hope. "Fix what?" she shot back, fire igniting in her eyes. "You think I'm just some marionette? A puppet for the stars to play with? I'm not a reflection of Tsukuyomi's will, I'm an explosion waiting to happen." The words exploded from her, igniting the air with their intensity. I saw it then, the truth that cut deeper than any blade, the fear of losing her own identity to something so vast, so ungraspable. The shadows around us stretched, reaching out like ghostly fingers, clutching at the edges of our reality. And there was Takashi, lurking in the gloom like a spectre, a man woven from his own shadows. His presence dragged with it a history, one of anger, of regret, of a friendship tangled in the same web that ensnared Yuki. He wore his hurt-like armor, the jagged edges of pride looming large in his stance. "I'm done playing the role of the bad guy," he murmured, a bitter laugh flaring from his lips. "Why can't you see, Yuki? Tsukuyomi doesn't care about you. You think you're destined for greatness, but you're just a piece on a board, sacrificed for some cosmic joke." The truth of his words knotted in my stomach. I remembered nights spent whispering dreams under the stars, plans woven with golden threads of possibility, now fraying under the weight of cynicism and celestial indifference. "Stop it!" I shouted, my voice a raw edge, cutting through the night. "She's not your pawn, Takashi. She's not mine either. We're all just trying to make sense of this chaos." The words reverberated between us, unsettling and desperate, punctuated by the echo of our past, where dreams floated on those same starry nights, buoyed by hope. But now, that hope felt fragile, like glass teetering on the edge of a precipice. Yuki's face crumpled, tears glistening like starlight caught in the web of despair. "What if I'm not strong enough?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the flicker of a dying flame. "What if I can't break free?" The vulnerability flickered between us, a fragile thread holding the weight of our fears. The moon, our silent witness, seemed to pulse with anticipation, as if the universe held its breath, waiting. I stepped closer, my heart thundering, desperate to bridge the chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. "You're stronger than you know," I insisted, each word heavy with sincerity. "You're the daughter of the moon. Tsukuyomi can't define you unless you let him." You have the power to shape your own destiny. As her gaze met mine, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes, a tiny spark pushing against the overwhelming tides of doubt. But Takashi wasn't done yet. And what if that power consumes her? He spat, resentment pouring from his lips. What if she becomes a monster, just like the stories? The shadows twisted at his feet, as if they resonated with his words, and I could feel his fear creeping through the air like smoke. It was a valid fear, one that whispered promises of destruction, of chaos that could unravel everything we held dear. Then we'll face it together, I shouted, the fervor surging within me. We're not alone in this battle. None of us are. The universe felt infinite, yet confined in that moment, an eternity suspended between breaths, hanging delicately on the edge of understanding. Yuki's breath hitched, her eyes darting back and forth between us, the weight of choice pressing down on her.
What if I don't know who I am anymore?
Her voice trembled, a heartbeat echoing in the silence. What if I lose myself to Tsukuyomi, to this cosmic game? The night grew heavy around us, the city a distant murmur against the rising storm of emotions that threatened to engulf us. The moon above flickered, but in that moment, it felt like an ally, a harbinger of both chaos and clarity. I reached out, my hand brushing against hers, grounding us both. It's okay to be scared, I said softly, the truth lingering like a whisper in the dark. But remember, Tsukuyomi is only one part of you. You hold the pen. You write your own story. The shadows quivered, and for a fleeting moment, the air shimmered with possibility. But the storm was building, the tension crackling like electricity as we stood at the precipice of something greater. The moon continued its vigil, a silent witness to our fears, our dreams, and the choices that lay before us. And as we faced the darkness, I realized, this was not just a confrontation with the cosmos. It was a reckoning with ourselves, our flaws, our desires, and the relentless pursuit of identity in a world that often felt like a cruel joke. The night held its breath, and we stood together, teetering on the brink of something momentous, the role of Tsukuyomi whispering like a ghost just beyond the veil, a reminder of the beautiful, harrowing chaos that was life. The wind howled through the ancient trees, a mournful sound that echoed through the darkness, trembling the very earth beneath my feet. I stood at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding like a war drum, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something far more sinister, fear. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the fire, casting grotesque shapes that whispered secrets of old, and I could almost hear them calling my name. The night was alive, a living tapestry of uncertainty, and I felt it coil around me, suffocating yet exhilarating. Lila, we need to go. Marcus's voice cut through the night, raw and urgent. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, reflecting the fire's glow like twin suns on the brink of collapse. Now! But I couldn't move. A tremor gripped my heart as I watched the flames leap higher, licking at the sky like desperate tongues. It was as if the fire itself was alive, breathing, pulsing with a hunger that matched the darkness surrounding us. I could feel it calling to me, a siren song that wrapped around my soul. I can't leave, I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I was speaking to Marcus or to the shadows that loomed like ghosts at the edges of my vision. Not yet. He stepped closer, his breath warm against my skin, grounding me in a way I desperately needed as turmoil swirled inside me. You don't understand. The prophecy. Amaterasu's guidance, it's all falling apart. His voice cracked, a chasm of desperation beneath his bravado. We're running out of time. I looked into his eyes, those deep wells of emotion, swirling with a mix of anger, fear, and a tremor of hope. I wanted to reach out, to let him anchor me, but something held me back. I could feel the weight of my past pressing down on me, those memories clawing at the edges of my mind. The loss, the heartache. Marcus, I said, dragging the word out like an anchor. What if this is our chance? The moment stretched, taut as a bowstring, and in the silence, I remembered. The stories, the legends whispered among the villagers of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, who had once turned her face from the world, plunging it into darkness. They said that only through sacrifice could the light return. I had always thought those stories were mere myths, the ramblings of a desperate past. Lila, his voice pulled me back, breaking the spell. You can't think like that. You're not her. But in that moment, I felt the weight of something greater than us both. I felt the cosmos, the stars hanging like fragile glass ornaments in the night sky, and I understood they were watching us, waiting.
And what if I am?
I dared to say, my heart racing with reckless abandon.
What if this is what I was meant for?
Don't say that. He was pleading now, the urgency in his tone slicing through the tension like a knife. You're not a sacrifice, you're a failure. I cut him off, the words spilling out like venom. That's what I am, Marcus. Every choice I've made has led to this moment. If I walk away now, the darkness wins. The shadows curled tighter around us, and I could feel their icy fingers brush against my skin, urging me to surrender. But I wouldn't be a victim. Not again. Before I could think, my feet were moving, almost of their own accord, carrying me toward the fire, toward the flickering heart of hope. I knelt, feeling the heat envelop me, the flames dancing around my fingers as if welcoming me home. Lila, no! Marcus lunged forward, grabbing my arm, but I jerked away, the crackle of energy rushing through me almost intoxicating. This is where I belong. I shouted, the words echoing off the trees, a declaration that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. I could feel an ancient force stirring within me, a raw power that pulsed like a heartbeat, and with it came the memories of all I had lost, my family, my dreams, the light that had once filled my life. And then I saw her, a figure emerging from the shadows, ethereal and bright, a halo of light surrounding her. Amaterasu! Her presence filled the clearing with warmth, and I felt myself falling into her gaze, drowning in the depths of her wisdom. Lila, she spoke, her voice the sound of dawn breaking, reverberating through my bones. Hope is born from despair, and renewal comes from sacrifice. What will you choose? The question hung in the air, thick with possibility. My mind raced, visions of my past flashing before me like a film reel, each moment etched with pain and loss, but also flickers of joy, laughter, love. It was all connected, a tapestry of life woven with threads of darkness and light. I hesitated, the weight of my decision pressing down like the heaviest of stones. Amaterasu, I whispered, trembling as I met her gaze, what if I'm not strong enough? In that instant, the air crackled around us, charged with the energy of 1,000 lifetimes. Strength is not the absence of fear but the courage to face it. With her words, a wave of warmth surged through me, igniting a fire within, a fire that would burn away my doubt, my pain, my past. I could feel it pulsing in my veins, fanning the flames of hope that had flickered dimly for so long. I took a step back toward Marcus, the intensity of our connection a lifeline in the storm. We can face this together, I said, my voice stronger now, a promise that echoed in the stillness. His eyes sparkled with unshed tears as he reached for my hand, and in that moment, I felt the world shift, the very fabric of reality trembling under the weight of our decision. Together, we would face the darkness. Together, we would fight for the light. The fire blazed brighter, illuminating the shadows, and I could see the past behind us, each scar, each wound, reminding me that renewal was not an end but a beginning. The haunting specter of despair faded, and the path ahead shimmered with potential. I felt Amaterasu's gaze upon us, a blessing and a challenge, as the wind whipped around, carrying our newfound resolve into the night. And just like that, the world held its breath, teetering on the brink of transformation, the air alive with the promise of what was to come. We were ready. We were alive. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickled against the skin, igniting a pulse of energy that throbbed like a heartbeat. The sky was a swirling canvas of ink, punctured only by the flickers of torches, each flame a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. A crowd gathered, spirits buoyed by the promise of light, each face cast in the warm glow of 1,000 lanterns, their shapes bending and flickering, dancing like lost souls seeking solace. Kaori stood at the edge, her heart hammering in her chest. Tonight was the Light Festival, a celebration woven into the very fabric of her being. She could almost hear the whispers of her ancestors echoing in the night air, urging her to partake, to honor Amaterasu. But fear gripped her, a frigid hand wrapped around her throat. What if the goddess turned her gaze away? What if tonight, the shadows swallowed the light whole, leaving nothing but sorrow in their wake? Her hands trembled, clutching the lantern, a fragile vessel of hope. Inside, a flickering ember awaited its moment to ignite, but like her spirit, it flickered uncertainly. She thought of her brother, Taro, lost to the depths of despair after their mother had fallen ill. He had once been a beacon of joy, but now he was a ghost, haunting their home, too consumed by grief to join the celebration. She remembered his laughter, bright and infectious, now echoing only in her mind, a bittersweet reminder of what had been. "Kaori!" A voice beckoned, slicing through her reverie. It was Soto, Taro's closest friend. His eyes glistened with a mixture of excitement and worry, a storm brewing behind the facade of cheer. "We're starting. You can't let the dark win." She forced a smile, but the weight of her brother's absence clung to her like a shroud. "What if he doesn't come?" Soto's brow furrowed, shadows flickering across his face. "You know he will. He needs this, too. We all do." Their eyes locked, a shared understanding spiraling between them. The festival was not just a celebration, it was a lifeline, a reminder of who they were, a community intertwined, souls bound by the flickering light of hope. With a deep breath, Kaori stepped into the thrumming heart of the crowd, where laughter mingled with the sweet scent of candied yams and roasted chestnuts. Yet, even as she walked, the shadows tugged at her, whispering doubts that coiled around her heart like serpents. The lanterns began to sway in rhythm, casting a warm glow upon the faces around her. Each flicker was a heartbeat, a pulse that reverberated through the very essence of the earth. She closed her eyes, letting the warmth wash over her, but the image of Taro's vacant gaze haunted her still. "Look!" Soto shouted, pointing toward the center of the square where a massive bonfire blazed, the flames licking the sky like hungry spirits. People began to gather, drawn to its heat, and Kaori felt her heart race, the excitement in the air pulling her closer, closer to that flickering light. Yet, the truth remained, the darkness within her brother was a shadow that would not be so easily banished. As the flames danced, figures began to emerge from the shadows, children with painted faces, their laughter ringing like chimes in the wind. Kaori couldn't help but smile, the innocence of their joy a balm to her frayed spirit. But just then, from the edge of the crowd, she spotted him, Taro, standing alone, a silhouette against the vibrant backdrop of light. Her breath caught. She hadn't expected him to come. He looked so small, so lost in the swell of jubilance surrounding him. His eyes were cast downward, shrouded in grief, as if the very warmth of the festival burned him. A pang of anguish shot through her, raw and visceral. "Taro!" She called, her voice trembling with desperation. The crowd roared, laughter erupted, but her world narrowed to the hollow figure of her brother. His gaze flicked up, and for a moment, their eyes met, two stars colliding in the vast darkness. But then, he turned away, retreating back into the shadows, and a hollow ache spread through her, deep and relentless. The lanterns continued to sway, and the flames roared higher, but Kaori felt herself splintering, each crack a testament to her heartbreak. "Come back," she wanted to scream, but the words were swallowed by the fervor of the festival. Soto's hand landed on her shoulder, warm, steady. "Let him be," he murmured, his voice low and soft. "Tonight is for the living." But how could she live when Taro was lost? The crowd surged around her, a tide of laughter and light, but she felt adrift, an island of sorrow amidst a sea of joy. As the night wore on, the lanterns were released into the dark, each one a wish, a prayer, a glimmer of hope ascending into the cosmos. Kaori watched as they floated away, tiny stars igniting the night, and she felt the weight of her own unspoken desires tug at her heart, wishes for healing, for reconnection, for the shadows to lift. Then, a shift in the air, a whisper of something deeper, a call from the goddess herself. She could almost hear Amaterasu's voice weaving through the flames, urging her to believe, to hold on amidst the darkness. In that moment, Kaori felt something stir within her, a flicker of defiance against the shadows that threatened to consume her. She took a step forward, her heart pounding like a drum, the rhythm of the festival pulsing through her veins. "Come back, Taro," she shouted, her voice ringing out above the cacophony. The crowd hushed, and for a heartbeat, the world paused. Taro turned, his eyes wide, caught between the light and the darkness. Kaori held his gaze steady, the intensity of her love and fear crashing around them like waves. "Join us! We are here! You're not alone!" In that moment, the festival became a bridge, a connection forged in the firelight. The flickers of hope carved through the night, and for an instant, she believed that the light could pierce the shadows, that Amaterasu's warmth would reclaim her brother's spirit. The tension hung heavy in the air, electric, alive, as all eyes turned to Taro, the silence a breath held in collective anticipation. Would he step into the light again, or remain lost in the darkness? Kaori's heart raced as she waited, the flames crackling, the crowd holding their breath. As she reached for the lantern in her hand, she knew that whatever happened next, the festival's significance would echo far beyond the night, a reminder that even in the depths of pain, the light would always beckon to those brave enough to reach for it. The moon hung low, a gnarled face peeking through jagged clouds, casting shadows as thick as secrets on the cracked cobblestones of the village square. It was a night heavy with whispers, where the air vibrated with the kind of anticipation that made your heart race, as if the world was holding its breath. I stood there, encircled by flickering torches, feeling the weight of history's unspooling around me like threads unraveling from a fraying tapestry. In the center of it all, the fire crackled, its flames licking at the night, hungry for stories, hungry for truth. "Tell us," they urged, their voices echoing off old stones, each syllable a plea for meaning, for connection. I had never known how fragile words could be, how powerful. They danced and twisted, morphing with every utterance, with every beat of the heart. I was the reluctant storyteller, the keeper of myths, flawed, imperfect, and yet somehow necessary. And as I looked into the eyes before me, wide, expectant, fearful, I felt the weight of their longing crush me. I remember my fingers trembling as I opened my mouth, the shadows murmuring behind me, threatening to swallow me whole. Once upon a time, I started, but that phrase felt like a betrayal, an old crutch for the realness I yearned to convey. I had to go deeper, to peel back the layers of creation, of destruction. My stories came from the cracks of ancient clay tablets, from the frayed edges of parchment forgotten in dusty corners. I could hear them, the echoes of 1,000 voices before me, each one begging to be heard, to be remembered. There stood Myra, a woman with a heart as wild as the raging river. She had lost her son to the madness of men, a casualty in a war that felt as old as time itself. Her grief clung to her like a second skin, a dark cloak heavy with the weight of unshed tears. She stared into the flames, searching for something, hope, perhaps, or maybe just a way to drown the sorrow. I could see her lips moving silently, forming words that would never escape, stories of love and loss that had no ending. And then there was Thomas, a boy trapped between the echoes of his father's dreams and the reality of his own. He watched with wide eyes, absorbing my every word like a sponge in a downpour. The burden of legacy hung over him, a chain of expectations he was terrified to break. I could see it in his gaze, the flickering flame of rebellion battling against the cold shadows of despair. He was caught in a web of myth and memory, unsure whether he was meant to carve out his own story or repeat the tragic tales of those who had come before him. As the fire crackled, I spoke of heroes and monsters, of gods that raged and whispered through the ages. But my voice trembled, revealing the fissures of my own insecurities. What if my words were not enough? What if they failed to fill the void left by the myths that shaped our lives? I remember the stories of the ancients, their whispers woven into the fabric of our existence, clashing against the stark reality of time. Stories change, I said, my voice thick with emotion. They slip through our fingers like sand, morphing with each retelling. Some become legends, others fade into oblivion. We are the keepers of these tales, but even we cannot escape the inevitability of evolution. Myra's eyes pierced through me, a mixture of fury and understanding. But what of our pain? What of the truths that lie buried beneath the weight of these transformations? Her voice trembled, thick with rage and sorrow, and I felt the air crackle between us as if lightning might strike. I could feel the heartbeat of the night, pulsing with an energy that was almost alive. It was in that moment, as the flames danced higher, that I realized the stories were not just for them, they were for me, too. This moment of creation and destruction, of sharing and losing, was a reflection of our very existence. I clung to that realization, desperate for it to anchor me amid the chaos. "Let me tell you of the man who became a monster," I whispered, drawing them closer, my voice trembling with the weight of history. "Let me tell you of the myths that have risen and fallen like the tides, washing over our lives, ever-changing, ever-evolving." The fire crackled, and for a fleeting moment, I was no longer just a storyteller. I was a witness, a participant in the glorious chaos of life. Shadows shifted, and I could see the past as if it were alive before me, a tapestry woven with joy and despair, threads of love intermingled with threads of hate. Thomas leaned forward, his breath hitching. "Can we choose our own stories?" he asked, desperation thickening the air. "Yes, boy. But beware," I cautioned, "for every choice is a thread in the great tapestry of life, and the fabric can tear." I could barely contain the raw emotion spilling from my heart. My own choices haunted me, my past a kaleidoscope of regret and longing. What good were my stories if they failed to confront the demons lurking in the shadows? Every heartbeat echoed with the weight of my own failures, the things I longed to reclaim, the truths I dared not face. Myra's sorrow morphed into a fire of resolve. "Then we must fight," she cried, rage igniting in her chest. "Fight for our stories. Fight for our truth." And in that moment, we became something greater, a collective, a symphony of yearning souls. Each breath, each heartbeat, each flicker of flame resonated with the pulse of 1,000 stories waiting to be told. I could feel the shift, the electricity of creation sparking in the air around us, linking our fates in ways we could not yet comprehend. The night stretched on, filled with the interplay of shadows and light. I spoke, and they listened. We conjured memories of old gods and forgotten dreams, of kingdoms risen and fallen, all woven into the fabric of who we were becoming. Yet, as I spun the tales, a chilling realization wrapped its icy fingers around my heart. My words were ephemeral, fleeting like smoke in the night. The stories would evolve, as they always did, slipping away into the ether, leaving only echoes behind. And yet, the fire continued to burn, each flicker a reminder that we were here, we were real, and we were alive. And as the last embers began to fade, I understood that we were not just telling stories, we were living them. In that sacred circle, we became myths ourselves, woven into the fabric of time, grappling with the profound truth that the evolution of our souls was bound to the stories we chose to embrace. And as the sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the remnants of the night, I knew the confrontation was not over. It would weave itself into the very core of our beings, echoing long after the flames died down. In the heart of darkness, amid the flickering shadows, we stood together, myths in our own right, struggling to carve out our place in the vast, unyielding cosmos. And so, the stories would continue, a never-ending cycle, dancing in the spaces between dreams and waking life.